Before diverging into banking and settlement or Workday cash management, I would like to give you simple introduction about Workday. So Workday is an ERP tool. It's a cloud-based solution and it offers low-code solution for HCM, finance, payroll modules. So you can consider it as a complete package or complete ecosystem. And within these modules, for example, in finance, we have various other sub-modules, you can say. Within financial management, for example, we will have R2R, P2P, C2C, business assets, banking and settlement, projects, expenses, reporting, financial reporting, those sort of modules within the financial management. So it's a complete ecosystem and it's very easy to link this from, you can consider like from one module, for example, in the financial management, if we are talking about the cash management here in banking and settlement, so this can be linked to the payroll as well. Okay. And in turn, it ties to the HCM also because we were talking about the employees. So that is the beauty of Workday, that we have, all the modules tied to each other, and yet they are very different in their own way. And when it is all configured, so the whole ecosystem is there. And for a company, like for wherever we are going to implement it, so it's a complete solution for the company. So we do not have to, go here and there that we are implementing finance in another application or HCM in another. So the whole thing can be done in one cloud solution. Now we will move on to the Workday cash management, or as many of you would be expecting, generally it's also being called as banking and settlement module. But before moving on, I would just like to highlight that there is a prerequisite before starting this module, and that is that you should have gone through either of any of these, like for example, R2R, P2P, or C2C type of modules. So, banking and settlement will come as an extension to P2P module, for example, procure to pay. Okay, wherein like in procure to pay, we are doing the procurement, supplier management, supplier payments, and all. So banking and settlement will come as an extension there. Moving on. So before divulging into banking and settlement, I would like to ponder upon the concept of the cash management. So what is cash management? Okay. So cash management is, as very intuitive to its name, managing the cash. Okay. So we have, like for example, let's consider you have any business. Okay. So at the end of the day, you would want to know like how much cash do I have? How much liquid asset do I have in my bank account? Okay. So this is cash management. Okay. So where does Workday comes into the picture? So Workday, it helps in automating control and coordination and oversight of the cash flow activity. So we can configure bank accounts here, we can automate the bank statement or bank reconciliations, and we can also process the settlements. For example, the payments to your customer or supplier. And it also has an embedded business intelligence, which will help us in reporting. Okay. So, as I was saying, that cash management, it consists of various other, you can think of the cash management being a bigger umbrella, and it consists of banking, settlement, or reconciliation tools. Okay. This will enable you to optimize your cash management process. Okay. So, moving on, um, as you can see on the screen, this is the workflow or the process flow for the cash management. So, first, if I talk about what sort of things, like from what objects we can derive the transactions. Okay. So, you can think of customer, suppliers, or employee. Okay. So, with customers, you can think of the modules such as C2C, contract to cash. With suppliers, we have procure to pay. And with employees, we have payroll. Okay. So now coming down from these type of modules, what are the other objects that we have? So we have goods and services. Generally, it falls into your contracting process or the procurement process. Okay. So you want to procure or buy any service. Okay. Or similarly, in the contracting process, you are creating some contract for these type of objects, for example, goods or services type of contracts, etc. And people, here we can think of it in the payroll activities like monthly salary disbursements or the expenses as well, wherein the very common example where employees would be submitting their expense receipt. For example, generally we are submitting your internet bill to the company, right? So these are the expenses for the company which are borne by the company for their employees, for their people. Okay. So these objects, what are the type of transactions that can be derived? So invoices being one of them, expense reports or expense receipts being one of them, payments, payroll. These are the type of transactions that we can derive from these objects. Okay. Now, these transactions are being occurred in Workday, right? So, these are all recorded in Workday. Now, where banking and how it will coordinate with banking is in three ways. We'll have the banking, the core thing, the setup, we'll have the settlements, and we'll have the bank reconciliation. Okay. And at the end, we have the bank, wherein the payments can flow in and out of Workday or the statements will go from bank to Workday. So now coming over to the banking part. So banking part, very easy to understand. We'll have to configure, financial institutions or bank branches and the banks. Okay. Wherein we'll give all the informations related to banks, for example, their name, the type of currencies that it can accept, the uses for the bank. For example, one bank can be used, let's say, only for the customer refunds. Okay, or one bank can be used for the multiple type of activities, like for example, customer refund or customer payment or supplier payments, etc. So from banking, so here we are going to configure the banks. Okay, then we are going for the settlements. Okay, so all these transactions which have occurred in Workday, so you need to settle them as well. So settlement is nothing but disbursing, giving the money. Okay, so we will have that in different ways. For example, we can have the settlement runs, which can be manual as well as automated. So Workday provides us this, ability that we can automate the settlements. We can, automatically disperse the invoices, for example. Okay, we created that. We can schedule it like a job, and let's suppose daily, for example, I have created a settlement run for supplier invoices for a company, and I put a schedule onto it. Okay, so daily, let's suppose twice a day in the morning and in the evening, my settlement will run, and whatever supplier invoices I have got for that company, so they will be settled. Those will be run and settled. So basically, what happens is you are making the payment. So behind the scene, your settlement for after your settlement has run, some integration job will run and it will give a signal to bank that okay, I have this invoice that needs to be settled or that needs to be paid to this particular supplier. So you just pay it. Okay. Um, Similarly, we have the payment processing. Okay, it can consist of either of your expense payments or your ad hoc payments, or even in the payroll processing as well. So at the end, this also goes to the accounting. I'll come how all of this ties to accounting after bank reconciliation. Okay, so now coming to the bank reconciliation. The bank reconciliation, so basically, what does that mean? It is matching of the statement that you're getting from your bank to the transactions that have occurred in Workday. So think of it as your own personal bank statements that you get. You do some expenses, okay? For example, I bought something from Amazon, okay? I will have that in my statement from the bank, okay? That on this and this date I spent this much amount on this particular website, for example. Okay. And then if I had a system, I'll check that okay, my invoice is there from Amazon and the amount is looking fine. They are matching on the date on which it occurred. So basically, what did I do? I just reconciled that. Okay. There can be exceptions as well, wherein, for example, we do not have any transaction in Workday, but we do see some amount, let's say, or some line in the bank statement. Okay. So how to deal with those exceptions? We'll cover that in the later part of this module. But you will see at the end everything, each of these three are having reporting. So reporting is like we'll discuss about it later on as well, but basically at the end we are thinking of like how the cash is flowing into my company, how it is flowing in and out of the company, how much liquidity do I have, etc. Now coming to the accounting part, so this is how this reporting will also link. Okay, so you might be aware that every transaction that will occur in Workday, it will have an accounting entry. This accounting entry will be in the form of journal. Okay. So we'll have some ledger accounts and all. Okay. And based on the configuration, whatever have been done in R2R or in accounting, your entries will be posted into the journals. So how it is helping is at the end, okay, I have made some payments. Some payments might come into my system as well. Okay. And some payments I can make to the bank also. So that will go into accounting, into your debit and credit entries. Similarly, in the bank reconciliation, also, once you have matched, for example, that will also go into your accounting that, okay, these are the reconciled things and my books are looking good here. Okay. So at the end, everything is going back to accounting and the purpose would be for the reporting purpose. Okay. You will have some banking specific reports. Then you, on the bigger picture, you will have your company level trial balance or income statement type of reports. So essentially in those reports, how we are deriving to those figures and all, so that happens through banking only. I hope I'm clear till now. Moving on, so whatever we discuss in this particular flow, we are going to discuss here in bit detail now. So in process of Workday cash management, we have four different elements. Okay. We have banking setup and transactions. We have settlement processing. We have bank statement reconciliation. And then at the last, we have integration and reporting. So bank setup and transactions. So banking setup would be the first thing where you would start. We will create the bank accounts. Before that, institutions and branches, depending upon the client requirement. Sorry. Um, these bank accounts can be operational or petty cash, and it can support multiple currencies. So talking about the transactions, so it can have account transfers or ad hoc payments or any other type of transactions that we have discussed previously. Then coming to the settlement processing. So settlement processing, as I have explained earlier, that it is basically settling, okay, disbursing your payments. So it can consist of payment runs, which will include, you can group those payments like we were discussing earlier, supplier invoices or payroll payments or ad hoc payments or customer remittances. So we can automate them as well. And it can differ based on your disbursement method or payment method, which can be EFT, wire, or direct deposit or check payments. So based on those type of payments, the integration systems will also differ, and we can configure those as well. Coming on to bank reconciliation. So bank statement you can get automatically as well in Workday via integrations, or you can manually create them as well, or you can create them through quick entry methods as well. Okay. So you have the bank statement, then those bank statements needs to be reconciled with the transactions as well. Okay. So these reconciliation can be automatic as well or manually. But what's the use of using Workday if you are not, automating these things? So for automatically reconciliation, what we do is we create certain matching rules. Okay. So for example, you can consider from the example that we were discussing earlier as well, that I did some transactions on a particular date for a particular amount, and now I want to go back into my system and match them. So considering this, like I can match them based on my date and the amount, and there are various other methods as well for matching. So while the time of configuring or consulting with the client, so this, I would say, this is the most crucial activity, wherein the reconciliation as a whole is the most crucial activity. And in that, the automatic matching, how we have to configure that, that is very crucial to be discussed with the client, that on what basis they want to be like they want to configure those matching rules or create ad hoc bank transactions, etc. Okay. Then coming on to the integration and reporting. So Workday gives you the ability to integrate with other ERP systems as well as with the banks also. So it's kind of a real-time integration. Okay. You have, for example, your Workday system and your bank are talking to each other. As soon as I have run my settlement, I'm sending a signal to the bank that, okay, hey, these are the invoices that needs to be paid. So bank, you pay these invoices to the supplier for these particular amounts. Okay. So this all is real-time integrations, and bank will also send you the, some acknowledgement. For example, okay, you have sent something to bank, you have asked them to do something, and once that is done, they will send you the acknowledgement also. So how this is done? This is done through integrations. Okay. Then coming to the reporting. So obviously, like Workday uh, has very advanced reporting abilities as well. So you can create reports as well as dashboards in Workday. And pertaining to cash management, we can have reports which will, feature your cash position, forecasting, or your settlement statuses. For example, when you are running settlements on daily basis or automatically, and your reconciliations as well. Okay. And of course, there, because you might be aware, like in Workday, we have the business processes as well as security role for each particular domain. Okay. So cash management or banking and settlement also have their own security policies and business processes as well, which will be applicable for human oversight, basically. Moving on. So this is more of a representation of what we are discussed till now. Okay. So we will have the cash inflows and outflows coming into Workday or entering into Workday via invoices, payrolls, etc. So these transactions will be posted to bank accounts in Workday, and after that, settlement will be run, and it will be communicating through integrations. So once it is done, we will receive bank statements into the Workday. So remember, settlement is going out of Workday, and bank statements you will receive in the Workday. Okay. So we are receiving the bank statements, and then those statements will be reconciled against the transactions that we have created over here. Okay. Once the data is reconciled, it will flow into your accounting and reporting. Okay. Then via reports or dashboards. We will get to know about the cash position, forecasting analytics, etc. And it will provide, insights about the liquidity or the financial planning for the company. So in first module, we will be discussing about the process flow of the cash management. We will identify what are the primary roles associated with this module. We will explore the configuration involved in banking and settlement at high level. And we will also discuss the key business processes being involved in this module. So first, we'll start with the concept of cash management. So what is cash management actually? So cash management is nothing but the money that is being flown into the business. Okay. So how Workday comes into picture? So since Workday is an ERP tool and in finance, it is an extension to the existing core tools such as R2R, P2P. So Workday Banking and Settlement is a kind of extension to those, which in turn ties your financial transactions going in and out to the bank to the ERP system. Okay. So using Workday Cash Management, companies can automate their cash flow activity. Okay. It automates the administrative control activities via business processes. And these activities can consist of bank reconciliation, bank statement reconciliation. Workday Cash Management also consists of the banking, settlement, and bank reconciliation tools. So we will discuss about each of these tools in detail in the coming modules. So the intent of having these tools is to optimize the cash inflows and outflows for the organization. If we look at this process flow on how, as we were discussing, like how all the components ties together. So you would know in Workday, we have the customers, C2C, suppliers, employees. So suppliers, you can think of it as P2P module, and employees comes from the payroll. Okay. So we have these three different modules. Okay. And then in the terms of transactions involving how we are doing the transaction, so that can be in terms of goods, services, and people or employees. Okay. So from them flows are invoices, expense reports, payments, and payroll. Okay. We can have customer invoices, supplier invoices, we can have expense reports from the employees, the payroll activities. So all these are money related things. Okay. So when we are paying to the customer or to the supplier, or when we are doing the payroll for the employees, so essentially it is going via bank. Okay. So here comes the Workday cash management. In banking, we will have different accounts and their reporting as well. Okay. We will have different legs here as well. One would be for the bank reconciliation and another would be for the settlement. So any bill or any invoice that is being flowing into the Workday, it will be settled, right, by running the settlement runs, or the payroll would be done by the payment processing. So at the end, this is also going to your accounting. So basically, this will also hit the general ledger. So you would be aware for any invoice, we have the accounting section, right? There would be a credit and debit. So similarly, those accounts, whatever the ledger account that is being credited, essentially that is going via payment from bank. Okay. Similarly, in the bank reconciliation, so the bank reconciliation would be your statements that would be coming from bank to Workday. And this would be reconciled or matched with the transactions that we already have for the Workday. So this would be whatever we settled. So suppose one invoice for a supplier that exists in the Workday, okay, there is a transaction. There would be operational journal as well for that supplier. Okay, and that particular supplier is settled. When we are getting the bank statement from the bank, then the Workday will search for that particular activity, the supplier invoice, okay, the supplier payment basically that has been done, and it would be matching in the system, and then Workday will reconcile. So here you can see the full cycle that is being happening. The statements will come from the bank and the settlements will go from Workday to the bank. At both the ends, we'll see accounting. So from settlement also, it will be tied back to accounting, and from the bank reconciliation as well, it would be tied back to the accounting. How the accounting section in detail, we will study about it in the other modules, basically where we will explore about the cash pools and cash accounting and auto accounting. So whatever we have discussed here, so we'll go through in detail about the process flow. Okay, so we will have the bank setup and transaction. Okay, before doing any transaction, so we need to have the banking setup in the Workday. So this setup will include financial institutions, bank branches, bank accounts. Okay, Workday gives you the ability to create different type of bank accounts, which can be operational, petty cash, or the outsourced bank accounts as well. And it also gives the ability to support multiple currencies within the account. So any transaction such as the bank account transfer or ad hoc payment that are being executed here, that will go via bank. Okay. And definitely we will also have the security measures for control access to the accounts and transactions. So these security measures would come in the form of the security groups that would be tied to our business processes. Then coming to the settlement processing. So we will have payment runs, and this will include settlement runs in the multiple groups. We can group them together based on, let's suppose, the activity, let's suppose the payroll payments or supplier payments, ad hoc payments, or customer remittances. We can also group them based on the company and currency as well. Okay, so it will totally depend upon the need of the customer or the client, but we can group all the settlement runs together so that we do not have to run for each, let's suppose, each supplier invoice, like each supplier invoice multiple times. Okay, so we, let's suppose if we have 10 supplier invoices in the system, so we can group them together and all the supplier invoices can be settled in one go. Workday will also support automating or previewing the settlement runs. Okay, and we will also define the routing rules in the bank. So when we are defining the bank routing rules, this will essentially tie up to the settlement. So you can think of it as each company will have different bank accounts. And let's suppose all those different bank accounts are serving a different purpose. For example, I have a bank account A that is essentially for my payroll component. Okay, so it is basically paying my employees their salary. Second bank account can be for the supplier payments. Third bank account can be for the supplier payments, but only in the US dollars. So I can have multiple bank accounts serving different purposes, and I can define these rules, these conditions in bank routing rule. So whenever we are running the settlement run, the settlement engine will check the bank routing rules, and whatever condition is satisfied, it will execute that first. Okay. Also, in the settlement, we will have the integration as well, because here essentially the data or the commands are going out of Workday system to the bank. So, how are they going to communicate? Workday and bank are going to communicate with each other. That would be with the help of integrations. So, we will have the integration systems defined, and for each different type of activity, for example, the payment method like EFT or direct deposit or check, the integration systems would be tied to them and it will follow that particular route. So, coming to the bank statement reconciliation, It can be entered manually or it can be uploaded, and it can also come automatically via integrations. And when the bank statement comes into the system, it will get reconciled. So that can also be automatic, manual, or using the quick entry methods. So reconciliation is nothing but matching whatever data, whatever entries we have on the bank statement. We are having a matching entry of the operational transaction in the Workday system. So essentially, it is matching those particular amounts or the activities for which the bank has already paid the party, and we have a proof of that in our system as well. The reconciliation process includes automatic matching rules. So we can create certain conditional rules. On the basis of those conditions, the bank statements will be matched to the transactions via matching rules. And in case if Workday is not able to find any transaction for that particular statement line, so it can create a ad hoc bank transaction. Okay, so it can create an ad hoc transaction and then we can reconcile. So the use cases generally when Workday cannot find the corresponding transactions for a bank statement line, it can be, the bank fees. So bank fees, you can consider it similar to the subscriptions, maybe. Okay, so bank will have their own charges for certain activities for such as when you are withdrawing the payment or making or why like doing the wire or transfers. So bank will definitely have their own charges as well. So they will have their own contracts. We'll study about contracts in coming modules. But yeah, so this can be a type of transaction that Workday will not record because it is essentially a fees charged from the bank. We do not have any, we are not creating any journal for this, okay, manually or via other ways. So in this cases, to track or to tie those transaction into Workday, we can create automatically the ad hoc transactions and then reconcile that statement line. So, what is the benefit of reconciliation? So, you will get to know the real time cash balance and you will have some control over the financial activities. Then, coming to integration and reporting. So, as we were discussing, that integration will also be involved in banking module. So, in Workday can seamlessly tie to other ERP and the banking systems for real-time updates and accurate cash positions. So what does it mean? It means that when you have the integration tied up, let's suppose with any bank, okay? So you, based on the frequency on when you are getting the statements and all, you can get kind of a real time updates and you will have the accuracy about your cash position, okay, because let's suppose in the bank statement you will also get very, like, it's very simple example, but in the bank statement you are straight away going to get your opening and closing balances, right? So knowing opening and closing balances certain number of times in a day will give a treasury team about, the accurate information about how much cash they have in hand. Okay. Workday also provides the dashboards and reports for cash positions, forecasting, settlement statuses, reconciliation. Okay. Also, in order to do all the activities, as you must be aware, we have the business processes. So for each and every type of activity that is being performed in Workday, it has its own business process. So for example, when we are settling, okay, when we are running a settlement run, okay, that will also go through a business process. We can put conditions, certain number of conditions over there, that the amount, if the amount is greater than 50,000 euros, for example, so it will go via some approval or something. Okay. So business processes will help in the oversight management, right? So definitely for all the activities that we will have in banking, we will have their corresponding business processes as well. And with business processes, there will come the domain security policies. So this will ensure that we will have the right person with the right role performing the activities. Okay. So for example, only the administrator can create the bank account. Okay. The cash operations lead cannot go and create the bank account. So having those security policies in place will ensure that we are not breaching anything and we are agreeing to SODs. So if we just have to call it out in a very simple language about the process flow, so it would be cash inflow or outflow that will enter in Workday via invoices, payments, payroll. Those transactions will be posted to bank accounts in Workday. Then the settlement run will run those particular transactions, settle those transactions, and send those payments via integrations, okay, to the bank. After that, bank will send Workday the bank statements, and those bank statements will be reconciled against those transactions. That reconciled data will flow into our financial accounting for reporting and control. We will have various reports here. Via reporting, we will have or we can create dashboards which can help us to know about the cash position, forecasting analytics, and it will give us insights for the liquidity and financial planning for a company. Now, coming to the primary roles that are being associated with the Workday settlement. So, the primary roles that we have for banking and settlement module, these are focused on managing the banking data, handling cash settlement activities, reconciling transactions, and overseeing workflow approvals. So we have a number of roles in Workday for banking and settlement. So this include bank configurator, cash specialist, cash settlement specialist, cash operations lead. Similarly, bank reconciliation specialist, settlement specialist as a big umbrella of all the settlement roles. Okay, we have the accounts payable settlement specialist, payroll settlement, customer collection specialist, accounts receivable operations lead. Okay, so before going further, I would like to highlight here. So, if you take a look at this role, settlement specialist. So, these, first of all, these are just handful, which are very important, but we have a lot of other roles as well. But that can completely depend on the requirement of the client. Okay. Coming to the settlement specialist role. So, this role, you can think of it as the bigger umbrella. Okay, that will have access to all the domains. So, someone in the settlement specialist role can look over the cash settlement specialist role, basically the banking or cash related activities. It can also look over the accounts payable activity or the payroll. Okay. If let's suppose the client says that I do not want that, and generally, as a consultant, we should not also recommend unless and until we only have very limited roles or requirement from the client. Okay. So in that case, generally what we would recommend to the client is in order to have or comply by the segregation of duties basically, so that there should not be any conflict of interest basically. Okay. So we suggest the clients that they should have cash settlement specialist as a separate role, and only the people, let's suppose from treasury management, can be in this role, and they can only see the transactions related to the treasury management. Okay, and they can only settle those transactions. Similarly, the payroll settlement specialist can only look over the transactions that are related to payroll activities. So they cannot check any other transaction that might be from the accounts payable or accounts receivable background or from the treasury management. Okay. Similarly, this goes for the accounts payable settlement specialist also. They can only see the supplier invoices. Okay. They cannot see the customer invoices. So this is what we essentially suggest clients as well for the settlement specialist role, that we should have different people in different roles so that they cannot see each other activities. Okay. Um, so bank reconciliation, basically this role will you reconcile your bank statements against your transactions. Maybe also overlook about the ad hoc bank transactions that are being created if there is no matching transactions for a bank statement line. Okay. We have some lead level roles as well for the cash operations lead or for the accounts receivable operations lead as well. And there are a few more also. So generally, the lead role will be involved in more of the high level approvals also. Okay. The bank configurator. So this is a role that will be um, uh, that uh, that this is the role that the person having this particular access would be responsible for creating all the bank configurations. So for example, creating bank account, bank branch, etc. Now coming over. So for the bank configurator, so this role has the unconstrained access. And as I said, they will be maintaining all the setup data for the bank. Okay. So that can include bank branches, financial institutions, accounts, etc. They also have the approval authority for the bank account business process. So, as we were discussing earlier, for all the activities, there would be business processes as well. Okay. So, similarly, when you are going to create a bank account, there would be a business process for the bank account as well, bank account creation. So, this role will have the approval authority over that business process. Uh, Coming over to the cash specialist. So, this role is responsible for the cash management task, which includes managing bank account transfer, payment return processing, or generating the cash forecast reports. This role also holds the approval authority for banking and settlement business processes. Okay. Cash settlement specialist. So this role focuses on performing the cash settlement purpose. So basically, they can create the settlement runs and perform those settlement run. Okay. This role can also have the approval authority. Okay. So generally, the approval authorities by default, like Workday can give them, but generally it is up to client that for what role and what type of approval authority they want in their business processes. Okay. So for example, in the settlement run, let's suppose, as we were discussing, for a certain amount, another role might be approving that. Or let's suppose if it is the settlement run is created by the cash settlement specialist, then maybe cash operations lead will be approving it. Or if it is created by accounts payable settlement specialist, then maybe accounts payable operations lead would be approving that. Okay, so generally the approval and the business processes, the steps that will completely depend upon the client. But as a consultant, we can definitely highlight about the importance of having different roles and the approvals corresponding to those roles. Then we have the bank reconciliation specialist. This will execute reconciliation activities that will include creating and reconciling the bank statements and ad hoc bank transactions. This role also oversees the bank statements and related settlement business processes. Settlement specialist role. So, as we have discussed already, that this is umbrella role. This role will include all the settlement activities and can oversee from any domain. Okay, it is a centralized role as it is written here. Okay, accounts payable settlement specialist. So this role handles all the AP related settlement functions. Okay, generating supplier invoice or ad hoc payments. And this role can also have the approval authority. Payroll settlement specialist. So this is responsible only for the payroll settlement functions and can generate payroll payments and pre-notes. Customer collection specialist. So this role manages the account receivable data entry and collection processes. So again, similar to AP, accounts payable settlement specialist. So this role can also create the customer invoice adjustments and refund and create the settlements for them. Accounts receivable operation leads. This role oversees the customer accounts, contracts, project billings, and uh, project billing and the settlement runs related to those. Okay. Again, this role can also have the approval authority and also they can have the correction authority. So suppose the settlement run was created by the specialist role and it came to the accounts receivable operation lead for the approval. Here, this role can make some corrections in the settlement, or they can send back the that particular step back to the settlement specialist as well. Cash operations lead. So this also, so as we were discussing, the lead roles are generally for the higher approval authorities. Okay. So this role also provides a higher level of approval and corrections, but this is limited to the banking cash and endowment BPs. So mostly it would be looking for the key cash management operations. So as we were discussing, all the roles are linked to the specific security domains that will control their access to the bank accounts or transaction approvals and the settlement processing flows. Okay. These roles can collaborate to ensure the integrity. For example, cash specialist and cash operations lead can collaborate. Okay. Similarly, accounts payable settlement specialist and the lead, they can collaborate. So they can collaborate for the integrity and the compliance of the banking and settlement operations. So now coming to the Workday banking and settlement configuration options. So first, we'll start with having a financial institution. So for any bank, it has to be tied to a financial institution. For example, financial institution, you can think of, take an example as in Bank of America. Okay, so this is a financial institution, and in this financial institution, we can create different bank accounts. Okay, so it will always start with having a financial institution. Then you can create the bank branch, that is optional. Then we'll go with the bank accounts. We will have the security related to them. We will assign the bank routing rules, which will be used in the settlement process. We will have the signatories. So signatories are basically the signers of bank account signatories who are having the approval authority for a certain type of transactions, and usually these transactions are really high in their amount. For example, let's suppose 1 billion US dollar is something that needs to be approved. So since this is a very big amount, right? So any company would want a higher level of oversight and to be approved. Okay, so there come will the bank account signatories, and then we will have the bank fee analysis. So as in the bank will also charge certain fees to the companies, right? If we have opened an account with the bank is essentially providing us some services, okay, regarding the transfers or whatever XYZ. So in turn, they might also be charging us a nominal fee, maybe on yearly or monthly basis. So there comes the bank fee analysis. And in the Workday banking module, so we will also be configuring the bank fee analysis service contracts for the bank. Talking in detail about these. So as we were discussing, the financial institutions and bank branches. So financial institution is the core. It should be there. Okay, it can be a business entity or a bank services and their branches. Okay, bank accounts. So we can create operational and non-operational bank accounts that will be associated with the institutions. In the bank account, we will set a general account information like organization, legal company, accounting currency, accepted currencies, allowed payment types, etc. We will also configure the bank specific details such as IBAN, account numbers, or bank sorting codes, MICR for check printing, etc. We will also set up the bank statement formats. For example, BAI2, um, BTRS ISO 222, and this will integrate with the bank statement lines. So I will show you the bank account in few minutes on the tenant as well, that how the configuration looks. Coming to the security, so we will have the security segments, um, which will restrict that who can create or edit the payments for the specific accounts. We will have the routing rules linked to the payment types or the currency or the type of, yeah, or the type of payment basically, or the country, anything. We will study about the routing rules in detail as well. So we can select it. And in case if no routing rule is defined, and basically no condition is defined, then the default bank account for the company that will be picked up while making the settlements. So coming to signatories, so we will set up the bank account signatories with defined authorities. So it can be single or joint. We will have different signature methods. It can be digital or physical or combination, and the approval limits per currency or the custom currency override, as I was discussing about the approvals. Bank fee analysis. So we will configure and analyze the global bank fee. We will have the service codes, contracts for the bank fees, and we will upload that. So similar to the bank statement, bank also sends bank fee statement. So with this bank fee analysis and the configuration of the bank fees, those bank fee statement will be tying to it. And having these analysis will help us in monitoring the pricing variances. So let's suppose in 1 month bank might have charged $100, whereas it was only supposed to charge $50. So when it is going to come into the statement, it can tied to, or it can be reconciled with whatever we have described in our bank fee analysis or bank fee service contracts. And then if there is any variance, it can be raised and checked with the bank for the reason. For the settlement processing configuration, so these are the key points that we should keep in mind. We should have the payment types. We will have the settlement runs. We will also have the miscellaneous payments. We will have the express settlement runs. And to tie all this, we will have the business process framework. So the payment types can be direct deposit, cash, check, etc. The settlement run can be automatic or manual, and we can have the group payments as well, as we were discussing in the beginning of this class. We can define the integration systems that will be used to route the electronic payments, which can include direct deposit or EFT, ACH, etc. We can also configure the settlement business process for approval workflows, for the payment release, for the print events for the check, and the outsource payment processing. So, when we were talking about the business process, we were talking about the approval workflow. Okay, the other activities that can be triggered from the settlement business process would be the payment release. Okay, or the print event. So, print event would be in the case of the check printing. Okay, so once the payment is made or once the payment is sent to the bank, the checks can also be printed. or if there is an outsourced payment processing, that can also be triggered from that settlement business process. Then for the miscellaneous payments, um, so this is the setup for infrequent or the one-time type of payments. Okay. So the business process definition will be there. And similarly, with BP definition, we will have the security policies and account assignment using the bank routing rules. So again, once we are going to discuss about the bank routing rule, you will see all of this will tie back. Um, just a while ago, we were discussing for the bank accounting rules. It can be on the different payment types, right? So miscellaneous payment can also be one of those options. And using the bank routing rule and having miscellaneous payments in those rules, it can help in going to a different direction in settlement process, as in a particular account can be used to make the payments for the miscellaneous activities. Express settlement runs. So these are, by the name as it suggests, it's instant settlement for the miscellaneous payments. For the business process framework, so we can use Workday's configurable business process framework. So since Workday is highly configurable, yes, we can add n number of conditions into the business process, and we can route those conditions or steps to the approvals or appropriate roles. Okay, such as these approvals can include the payment approval or the settlement run or the signatory changes, etc. Now coming to the bank reconciliation configuration. So in the reconciliation configuration, we will have the rule sets, reconciliation rule sets. We will have the first notice item reconciliation, automatic reconciliation, bank statement work type mapping, and business process framework. So reconciliation rule set can be defined as matching conditions, okay, between bank statement line and the operational transactions. It can be one-to-one matching, it can be one-to-many matching, or many-to-many matching. So, for example, your one operational transaction line, for example, let's suppose for a supplier invoice, a payment of $10 for an ABC supplier on a particular date is made. When the bank statement is coming, we have created a rule, a condition rule to match the date and the amount for the supplier invoice. So that matching rule will check for the transactions in the Workday system and will match to the statement line, and it will reconcile it. Okay. First note is item reconciliation. So it will automatically or manually handle the items such as bank fee or the transaction changes. So basically, first note is what it is. It is, as like going by the name, it is the first item that Workday will notice. Okay. So we would have different codes. For example, for the bank fee, we might have different codes. Okay. So it will notice that code first and put that transaction or put that statement line into a particular container. You can say that, okay, 123 is the code for the bank fee defined in the system. And in the statements, you see there is like 10 lines with 123 codes. It will put all those 10 lines into one container. So this is the first item that Workday has noticed and put that into the container for the matching purpose. Then there is automatic reconciliation. So we can enable the automatically matching of the transactions. So this will reduce a lot of workload from the treasury or the banking team, that earlier if they have to manually, match or reconcile all the statement lines with the transaction, Workday can do it automatically. Coming to bank statement work type mapping. we can map the bank statement codes to the organizational work tags for the categorization of the cash activity. So basically, work tag, as you might be knowing, the main purpose is used for the reporting. Okay. So we can, for the statements also, we can define the work tags. And when or while we are doing the reporting or the cash activity forecasting, all those things, we can take the help of those work tags that we have defined on the bank statement. Then coming to reports and dashboard. So Workday has a lot of delivered reports to monitor the reconciliation status, exceptions, and the cash positions. We can use those as well. We have different dashboards also. For example, settlement dashboard is there. The whole banking area is covered in that settlement dashboard. Okay. We have a lot of delivered reports in the workday for banking. For example, if you have to check how it is tying back to the accounting, we have book to bank reports. Okay. We have the reports for the bank statement lines or the bank statements, etc. We can use those reports to monitor all the statuses and the positions, or else, if there is any requirement by the client, custom reports can also be built. So, coming to the key configuration areas, as we were discussing, financial institutions, bank account signatories, payment routing rule or the bank routing rule, settlement runs, miscellaneous payments, bank reconciliation and reporting. Coming to the settlement run, we can have um, coming to the settlement run, we can have batch processing of the settlement run, or we can group different payment types in the settlement run. By grouping different payment types, we mean supplier invoices in one container, expense reports, customer refunds, etc. So we can group those payment types and run all those settlements at once. Settlement run can be automatic or manually as well. Um, or it can be both. Suppose it is being created, but it is automatically created, but it is manually previewed before the final execution. Okay, or you can manually create the settlement run as well for one time activities. We will have the routing rules defined for each bank, which will be helping in the settlement run. Okay, settlement run creates the payment files for the electronic payments or instructions for the check printing and track the settlement status. So these payment files are essentially sent to the bank, and bank will then make the payment to whatever the other party is, for example, supplier or customer, etc. Okay. We will also get the acknowledgement from the bank as well once the payment has been done. Okay, so the bank will also be sending the acknowledgement in form of some file via integrations. Similarly, it can be done for printing the checks or tracking the status. Okay, so tracking the settlement status would nothing we would also include getting the acknowledgement or payment acknowledgement as well from the bank. Settlement runs facilitate the consolidated payment processing as well, and thus improving the cash flow and the banking efficiency. So instead of making the payments each time for a particular supplier, so for example, for a supplier, I have 10 invoices to be paid by this date. So instead of creating that settlement run for each invoice, I can also group them all together and do it at once. Okay. But similarly, it can also go the different way, as in um, for the payroll, for example. Okay. So for the payroll, we suppose we have to disburse the salaries on 30th of every month. Okay. So in that case, if I have to disburse the salaries or if I have to run that, we can run that at one go for all the employees. And in the bank statement, we can have different lines for each employee, okay, for the transactions being made. Similarly, when I was talking about the supplier invoice, in that case, we can also configure in such a way that, let's suppose if I have made 10, if I paid 10 supplier invoices, so in the bank statement line, I can get only one line which will be equivalent of those 10 invoices, okay, instead of having 10 different lines. So how this will help? It will help in ensuring the data integrity and efficiency from the bank side, as well as getting those transactions into the workday. Then we have the bank account signatories event. So here we can create and maintain the records of all the authorized signatories for the bank account. Okay. These signatories can be the employee of a company or it can be from the external committee also. Okay. There are different type of approval authorities. It can be single or joint, or it can be currency specific approval limits also. So there are the business process associated, which will manage the signatory lifecycle, including any changes that are triggered by the job change or committee membership update, resignations or terminations. So for example, we have created a bank account signatory, okay, and it is an employee from the company itself. Now, let's suppose that employee has left the company. So that bank account signatory also needs to be associated, to be updated. So in this case, what it will do is the business process will trigger about the change in the status of that particular employee. And the treasury team will get to know that, okay, this particular bank account signatory is no longer associated with the company and we need to assign a new signatory. We will have the notifications and workflows that will ensure the compliance and security around the bank account authorizations. Okay. Again, there would be reports and dashboards which will offer the visibility into the signatory and their historical changes. Ad hoc payment event. So ad hoc payment is kind of one time or irregular payment. For example, tax payment, okay, or payroll vendor payment, like that. It can, you can think of n number of scenarios, but generally these are the payments which are not scheduled. Okay, so you are kind of making a one time payment. Okay, so Workday supports the creation, approval, and settlement of the payments that are outside our regular invoice or purchase order workflows. Okay. Or in the broader terms, we can think of it that Workday will approve the creation, approval, or the settlement of ad hoc payments or any payment that is not falling into our regular activities. So it can be supplier invoice payment, customer invoice payment, refunds, payroll activities. These are our regular activities. So anything outside of it, which is not scheduled, which is not defined, but the payment can be created in the system. For example, the tax payment or any fees to the bank or any subscription. So those sort of payments can be created in Workday and they can go through their own set of approvals or business processes and can be settled in the bank. So, what is the use of this? It allows the recording or managing of the payment exceptions. So, in some cases, while reconciling with the bank statement, if we are getting some exception of, or if we are not able to match anything, any transaction to a bank statement line, in that case, ad hoc payment can be created. So, this will help us in closing that line. Express settlement run event. So this is a special settlement process that will automatically create the settlement run for a specific payment. And this is typically for the miscellaneous payment request. Okay, so this is automatically no manual intervention needed. And mostly it is done for the miscellaneous payment request. So, what is the use? The use is it will streamline and accelerate the settlement for those selected payment types. Okay. So, generally in the system, when we are consulting for a client or configuring Workday for a client, so the settlement runs will be defined and scheduled to be run. So, for example, supplier invoice settlement is there, right? And it can include for n number of companies or n number of suppliers and things like that. Okay. So maybe miscellaneous payment requests, these are not scheduled type of settlements, right? Because it can it can be similar to ad hoc payments. You are not defining them in the system right now. So whenever you are creating the miscellaneous payment request, it can be missed from those scheduled settlement runs that are already there in the system. So that's why, in order to have this facilitated and streamlined, Workday will have the express settlement run event run automatically whenever you are going to create the payment request for miscellaneous activity, so that it is not missed and just keep setting in the system. Payment release and printing events. So this business process manages around releasing the payment to the external parties or the outsource providers. Okay. This also includes the check print layouts and the instructions for the integrations for the bank and the third party services. This will also handle the payment acknowledgements and the exceptions such as positive pay, etc. Bank fee service contract and the statement processing. So this manages the bank fee contracts and the fee schedules for the financial institutions. So as we were discussing, bank will also have their own fee schedules. So in order to have that, bank creates a service contract with the company. Okay. So that service contract is being configured in the system, and this is how, like that, with that configuration, the payments for those bank fee services is being managed. Okay. So this will allow uploading of the bank fee statements. Okay. As we were discussing, how the bank fee statements will help, it will help in the cost analysis versus the contractual agreement between the bank and the company. Okay. So business processes will support the variance analysis, reconciliation, and the cost control. Bank reconciliation process. So bank reconciliation is very, very important for any client. Okay. At the end of the day, any company would want to know how much amount they have as their opening and closing balance, one thing, and how that amount has been derived, how the transactions in Workday are tied up with the bank statements, and if there is any suspicious activity existing or not. Okay. So this is very important for any client. Okay. In bank reconciliation process, it can include manual reconciliation, quick entry reconciliation, or the automatic reconciliation using the matching rules. Okay. Uh, this particular setup supports the first notice item rules as well, as we were discussing about the bank fees or the interest changes for the first notice items. Okay. The reconciliation rules used for matching bank statement lines to the general ledger items and the operation transactions. Okay. As we were discussing, at the end, we have to match whatever in the bank statement with our operational transactions, and it will tie back to the general ledger items. Okay. We will have the business processes to monitor, approve, or report the reconciliation activities. There will be many cases where your bank statement line is unreconciled, or it is in progress, or the status is not reconciled. Okay. At the end of the day, the company would want that all the bank statement lines should be in the reconciled status. Okay. So the reports will help us to determine that which statement lines are in the unreconciled status or not yet reconciled. and will help to do analysis that why that particular statement line is not reconciled. So what is the exception, etc. Okay. Bank reconciliation process also supports the creation of ad hoc bank transactions. Okay. This creation of ad hoc bank transactions ties to our this thing, bank fees or the interest charges during the reconciliation. So in case if the bank statement line is not able to find any transaction supporting that particular bank statement line, Workday supports the automatic creation of the ad hoc bank transaction. Okay. And then for that ad hoc bank transaction, it can also have its own approval process, but it will notify the banking team that okay, we Workday was not able to find the transaction for this particular amount, so it has created an ad hoc bank transaction. Now you can go and check whether this is needed, or you can review it and approve it. Bank account transfer for settlement. So this particular activity initiates and manages the internal bank account transfers within Workday. Okay. So within Workday also we can have the bank account transfer. Okay. It is just so there are two things. One is bank account transfer and another thing is bank account transfer for settlement. So if you are creating a bank account transfer, so this is you can consider a form of documentation. Okay. Within Workday, you are just creating a transaction in the bank. This has already occurred, so you can think of the use case wherein the payment is made outside of the system, basically outside of the workday, but you have to maintain the books as well. So in that case you are creating the ad hoc you are creating the bank account transaction. Okay. In some cases we are creating the bank account transfer for settlement. That means you are actually transferring the money from one bank account to another bank account. So this is similar to the bank account transfer that we do for our banks, not just for the documentation purpose, but for the actual money transfer. Okay. So bank account transfer for settlement will go through the settlement activity, the settlement engine that we have seen in the previous slides. So it will have its own settlement runs. Okay. But keep in mind, bank account transfer only this thing. Bank account transfer will not go through any settlement activity. Bank account transfer for settlement will go for the settlement activity. Okay. So bank account transfer is essentially you are transferring money from your bank account to another. We can have different payment methods here. For example, wire, EFT, direct deposit, or direct debit. Okay. We will have accounting entries generated upon the completion. Okay. And again, because it is involving settlement, so it will have the integration with the banking portals. Security and role based access to the business processes. So we will configure the role based security domain to control the access to banking and settlement functions. So the role based security is what we were seeing in the previous slides: the cash specialist, the account payable settlement specialist, cash operations lead, those sort of roles, those sort of groups were the role based security groups. Okay. General rule of thumb: wherever the admin type of roles will come into play, that will be your user based roles. Okay. So, for example, finance administrator. So, that is the user based security group. Okay. So the business processes will also route to the approvals or review of the payment creation, settlement run, reconciliation, and bank account signatory management based on the roles and based on the steps that we have on the business on each of those business processes. Okay. So this ensures that we have the segregation of duties and we are compliant with the audit and controls. So basically, two things here we have discussed. One thing would be the business process. So you would be knowing whenever we are creating a business process, we are defining the domain security policy over there as well. And we will have the role based security is generally defined in the business process. So what is the use of that is it will ensure that the compliance is met. Okay, we have the proper segregation of duties based on the different role types defined in the business process. Thank you. Now we will see in the tenant about how the bank account setup looks like. So I will use the task find bank accounts. I'll just do OK. So this report is giving me list of all the bank accounts. Okay. If you see here at the report level, we have the account name, we have the status, account number, currency, for which company this account is tied to, what is the financial institution, and the country. Okay. So let's open any bank account. Let me open Chase checking. So first thing we will notice the financial institution is defined here for this particular bank account, which is Chase. Okay. Then we have the organization here defined, which is Planet Solutions. The country, account currency, the status of the account. Okay. Then we have the routing transit number and the account number and the status of the account, which is approved. Okay. Then coming over in the overview section for the accounting information, we have the bank account type. What is the type of bank account? It's a bank account or a petty cash type of account or an outsource, sorry, or an outsource account. Then we have account currency and whether it accepts all currency or a certain number of currencies. So here in this case, it accepts all the currencies. What are the allowed payment types? We have cash, check, credit card, debit card, direct debit, direct deposit, EFT, manual, and wire. Okay. Coming over here, the bank branch over here is empty, but it will depend on the need of your client whether they want any bank branch associated or not. Okay. Then we have the bank statement format, which is BAI2. Okay. If you see here, there is bank fee service contract as well. This is empty over here. Okay, but in the coming chapters, we will go in depth about the bank service contract and we'll show you how we will link the bank fee service contract over here. Okay, so in this page, you will find all the activities, everything for the banking. Okay, so this was the account information. Now coming to the reconciliation information. So we will see here in the advanced mode or the parsing rule set. So we'll study about all these in detail. Okay. So we will have the bank reconciliation matching rule set. So this was the matching rule set that we were talking about, which will help in the reconciliation between the bank statement and the operational transactions in Workday. Then we have the first notice item rule that we were talking about earlier. Coming to the account usage. So for what purpose the account will be used? So what is the primary account usage for this? It can be used for ad hoc payment, customer payment, expense, intercompany, or the supplier payment. Okay. Then we have the check option also. So check option is basically how your check would be printed. Okay. So we have the defined layout of the check here as well. And what was the last number on the check that was being issued? Yeah, as you can see, it was 140. So for example, the next check that will be issued after settlement run, it would be 141. So now coming to the settlement. So we have, so we were talking about the settlement setup, right? So in settlement setup, we were talking like for the different payment types, we might have different integration systems as well, all those things, correct? So here we can see here there are 5 types or 5 items in the settlement setup. We have check, direct debit, direct deposit, EFT, and the credit card. So here in the credit card, Let's suppose, let's see this example. You can also define the payment category, country, currency, all those things as well. We can see the information system is also defined over here, which is the cyber source credit card payment processing. So basically, integration is existing in the system, and it is linked here to the credit card option. Okay, so whenever for this particular bank account settlement is run for a credit card, it will hit this particular integration, and the file will be generated from this integration and communicated to the bank. Okay, coming over, we have the maximum payments per group, cutoff time, receives acknowledgement, etc. So these are options as well. For example, you can define that how much is the number of payments you want to do per group. Okay, 10, 20, 100, like that. What should be the cutoff time? Like after what time? Um, for example, on each day. Okay, so daily, let's suppose at 8 p.m. this particular settlement is run. So all the transactions before 8 p.m. can be picked up in that particular transaction, in that particular settlement. Um, we can also enable whether we want to receive acknowledgement or not. So receives acknowledgement as in when the settlement run has been run and sent to the bank via integration. So the bank can send the acknowledgement back to us. They will also be sending some file. And if we have kept this as yes, so if the bank is sending the acknowledgement, so we will receive the acknowledgement file also. Okay. So coming to customer portal, right now we do not have anything, but yeah, we can add different accounts here, particularly like for the merchants and all. Okay. For the process history, you might be knowing generally this tab is used for the business process, like how or what were the activities that were being performed for this particular bank account. Okay. I don't think right now we have anything over here. Might be Workday delivered bank account, but yeah, you can use process history to check upon all the activities being performed. Okay, so most of the time during configuration, as I was telling, reconciliation is the most important part. You would be playing around over here all the tasks related to these activities. Okay, and then for the settlement setup, which will involve a bit of integration where you would have to link and do the integration setup for the settlements. Okay, now we will see the bank routing rules. Let's see if we have any bank routing rule. Let's see if we have for Green Planet solution. So you see here the bank routing rule. Bank routing rule is defined on the company level. Okay. So this is for Planet solution. They have defined the default bank account as chase checking. Okay. Here they have added one rule condition that if my payment type is manual, okay, the payment category is intercompany payment. If the amount is greater than zero, then it should go to a different bank account, North America Intercompany Settlement. Okay. So basically, what you are seeing over here is a condition that here they have defined a payment category, payment type, amount. You can also define supplier category, request category, customer, or the bank routing code, currency. A lot of things are over here. Okay. And then you can define the bank account. So you can add more conditions over here. So we see only one condition added here, but we can add more items over here as well. Okay, let's suppose for direct debit and for my supplier category, I can define some supplier category, payment type as direct debit. Okay. Payment category, supplier invoice, I can define. And currency, let's suppose euros and USD. So I can ask the different bank account over here. Okay. In case none of the condition is matching over here, then it will go to the default bank account, which is chase checking. Let's see bank account signatories. Let's see the settlement runs here. Let's see if we have any settlement run already existing in the system. Yes, we have a lot of settlement runs. Let's open one. Okay. So if you see here, this was only for one item, for one supplier payment. Okay. So you can see we have the name for the supplier invoice, we have the settlement run number, okay, the status when it was done. Then we have additional information as an organization, currency, total amount, all those things. In the payment group, we will have, so this was a supplier payment. This was made from the bank account line chase local. Payment type was check, okay, and the amount was 150 USD, and there was the business process associated with it as well. Okay, you can also see the supplier invoice, what particular supplier invoice was being used for which this payment was made. Okay, if there is any remittance, that information will also be available over here. Then coming to the process history, so what happened in the process? So Heather Jennings initiated the settlement run event, then it was approved by the treasury management, then it was approved by another level of the treasury management. So you can see here it was not required in this business for this particular process. But if you can see in the business process, we can see there are three steps of approvals, or basically two steps of approval and one for initiation. Okay. Hi everyone. Welcome to Banking and Settlement module of Workday. We will be visiting module 2, which will consist of configuring banking and statement. So first and all, configuration items for settling payments. So as we discussed that we would be discussing about the configuration elements that will go towards making of the banking and settlement module. So we'll start with the creation of the financial institution, then bank branch, and then we will proceed with the bank account setup. So in the previous module as well, we were discussing that financial institution is a must-have thing to be associated with your bank account. So you will see how we will create the financial institution, how we can create the bank branch, and then we'll follow the bank account setup. So talking about the bank account definition, um, we will create the bank accounts for the external operations involved in the transactions. So the key attributes towards the creation of bank account will include account specific information, for example, account currency, account number, IBAN, etc. We will also see how we are associating a bank account to a company or a company hierarchy. We will see how we can define the payment types for a bank account and what exactly are the payment types and how we can configure that in the system as well. We will also see about the accepted currencies for the inbound payment for the bank accounts and how we can link that into an account. We will also see the configuration of the bank statement formats, that what are the allowed formats for a particular bank statement for a particular account. And then we will see how to set up the balances for liquidity management. So let's first see in the system that how a bank account will look like. We discussed in the previous chapter as well, but just as a refresher. So we see we have the institution, we have the organization, that means the company or company hierarchy being linked. We have the bank routing code, account number, the status of the bank account, the currency of the account, for which country this account is. Okay, then coming over to the account information as we were discussing, the type of the bank account, the account currency, accepted currencies, allowed payment types, the bank statement format. Coming down, then we will see about the reconciliation as well, but we'll come to that later. Coming into the settlement, we will see about how we can settle different payment types with the help of integration. Okay, how we can do this configuration. So we will create or configure all this in this chapter. So let's just start with creating the bank account first. Okay, or we'll start with creating the financial institution. Okay, so the task would be create financial institution. You can give the name according to your requirement. So I'm gonna give the name DS Chase. Okay, and all right, that's it. Okay, so I have got the financial institution ID as well. And if needed, I can add all the contact information. So completely will depend upon the client requirements here. But this is the basic configuration that we are doing for now. We have defined the name and a financial institution is created. Now we will create a bank account. Uh, for the purpose of this training, we will use all the names with the prefix of BS. Let's see, Chase checking. Okay. Since we created the financial institution with the name BS Chase, I just want to keep it in the same order for the easy identification. Now, if you see here, we have three different options: bank account, outsourced account, and petty cash account. So bank account, you can consider as your main work area basically, typically bank account only, and from where you will get all the payments. Then we will have the outsourced account, wherein the payments are made outside of the account. Typically, these type of accounts are used in payroll. And then we have the petty cash account for all the petty cash type of activities, for example, like one-off payments or things like that. So here we are going to choose the bank account. The country I'm going to define as USA. So this is the main page for the bank account setup. Okay. So first, for now, what we are going to do, we are going to fill up all the required columns over here, required fields which are needed. And then as we proceed more into this module and further into the other chapters, we'll come back and keep on making the configuration to this particular bank account. So organization, I can choose as GMS USA. The account currency is the USD, which is the currency for this organization as well. The institution I'm gonna choose as BS Chase, the financial institution that we have created right now. Let's come back to the routing number and account number. I'll see. So for now, let's give the account number randomly. Let's see if it is going to accept it. And routing number as okay. Okay, let's see if it is going to accept or not. So here, we also have the option of choosing whether this account can accept all the currencies or it can accept specific currencies. Okay. So let's see if I select this, accept these currencies. So here I will define what all the other currencies that can be accepted here. So let's suppose if I write euro, okay, we can add that. Then what else? GBP, okay, USD, of course. So for now, I have kept as these three currencies as the accepted currencies. Okay. Now coming to the allowed payment types. So what are the payment types that are allowed? So you see we have different options. We have cash, check, credit card, debit card, direct debit, deposit, EFT, manual, pay card, wire, etc. Okay. So for now, just for my ease, we will select all the options. Okay. So I have selected all the payment types. I can also set any default payment type for the ad hoc payment. Okay, let's see what are the options over here. For this is specifically for the ad hoc payment. Okay, so let's see what we can do. For the ad hoc payment, let's select EFT for now. Okay, we can also define the security segments. So as I was saying, for now, we are just concentrating on filling the required fields and then we'll come back to the other columns as we progress throughout this course. Okay, then you can see here that we have the reconciliation configuration as well, where we can define the matching rule sets, first notice item rules, parsing rule set, etc. Okay, we also have the work tag mapping configuration. We have the check options as well. Okay. We have the settlement setup, lockbox attachments. Coming to the bank account usage, we can define like for what purpose this bank account can be used. Okay. So let me select ad hoc payment. Here also, let me select it for all. So customer payment, customer refund, expense credit card, expense payment. We have the intercompany payment, miscellaneous, pay on demand, payroll off cycle. Let's leave payroll from here. Pre-note, procurement. Okay. What else? Supplier payment. And let's leave the tax payment as well. And one more, intercompany payment. Why we are leaving it? I'll come back to it later on. Okay. So we have established that okay, for the primary usage, these are the purposes or usages that this bank account can be used for. Okay. Now coming to the bank statement format. So we have these type of formats being compatible in Workday. For now, I'm going to select BAI2. Okay. So now you can see I have given the name, the country, financial institution, the routing transit number, account number, the organization with which this bank account is linked, account currency, what are the accepted currencies, allowed payment types, and let me leave this out as well right now since we are only using the um, mandatory items. Okay. We also have the primary account usage is defined, That's all. So now I'm gonna submit this bank account. Okay, let's see what are the two errors that we have. Now we see that we have got some error. Okay. So one thing is that the routing transit number must be 9 digits. Okay. Another way is there is a checksum validation that has failed when entering the routing transit number. So what are we going to do here is first let's try with making it as 9 digits and let's see if it accepts. Otherwise, we will copy the routing transit number from some another bank account. Yeah. So I think this is also not going to work. Okay, no problem. So in the real world scenario, your client will give you the routing transit number. Let me save it for later. Let me try if I can save this for later. So let me copy. The routing transit number that we have here for Chase is 8 times 1 and 8. So we are going to create the bank account again. We're going to select the bank account type as bank account and the currency as USA. Organization we are going to use is GMS USA. Account currency is the currency of the organization. Financial institution we are going to use BS Chase. Routing transit number as 811111. Okay, and account number we are going to give it as a round number for now. Bank statement format we're going to choose as BAI2 and we will select all the payment types. Okay, we limiting the currencies to USD, Euro, GBP. Okay. So we have three types of currencies that we have listed over here as the accepted currencies. Then for the primary usage, We are going to select ad hoc payment, bank account transfer for settlement, cash, customer refund, expense. We will leave the intercompany as is for now. Then we have leave the miscellaneous also. We will have procurement card, supplier payment. Okay. These are the primary account usages that we have selected for now. And that's it. Okay. We'll come back and configure more as we will progress in this module. Okay. By the way, if you wanted to know anything, you can just hover over and we'll get Workday kind of gives the information about them. Okay. So we are submitting now, and you can see from here the detail about the business process. Okay. So this is successfully completed and we have created a new bank account, BS Chase Checking. Okay. We can see the process history also that this was a bank account event. Okay. Step is completed. That's it. All right. So we have now checked on how to create a bank account. I hope this is clear. Now we will start with the bank routing rules. Okay. Bank routing rules are a container and a set of conditions which are used during the settlements of the payment. The conditions can include the payment type, the currencies, the company, or any other payment attribute. So we will study about this as well on the tenant. We can also set the priority. So as you would know in Workday, the priority is defined based on granular to more broader precedences. Okay. So the routing rule grid that we will see in a bit will have a payment line and a bank account mapped to each particular type of condition or a payment line. Okay. In case if there is no rule defined, then the payment or the settlement will be done through a default bank account. So let's create a bank routing rule for GMS USA. Okay. Let's see if already a bank routing rule is existing. Okay. But before that, the task for bank routing rule would be create, edit. Okay. So if you want to know, you can just write here bank routing rule and you will get all the list of the tasks that can be used for this particular activity. Okay, you can view the existing bank routing rules, you can create a new one, or you can edit the existing bank routing rule. So first we are going to see if we have any rule on GMS USA. Okay, let me see. I can also see that through view bank routing rule, but in this case, anyway, I have to make some editing to the bank routing rule if at all it is existing. So I'm choosing the task as edit bank routing rule. GMS USA. Okay, we have it. And we have certain number of rule conditions defined as well. Okay. So we have the rule. If you see over here, the content or information. So when we are creating a bank routing rule, it will always be created for a company. Okay. I will show you how to create as well. Okay. Before that, the company level would be defined over here. You can see there is a default bank account defined also, which is BOFA checking. Then we have certain different number of conditions, each differing from each other. Okay. So for example, here they have defined if the payment type is manual and payment category is intercompany payment, then what else is going here? the amount is greater than zero, then the bank account will be North America Intercompany Settlement. Okay. Similarly, we have few more. We have if the payment category is supplier payment, then there might be a different bank account, HSBC UK. Okay. Then we have for expense, if the payment category is expense credit card payment, then we will have GMS UK on behalf of, like, if the payment category is expense, and then if there is on behalf of company for the payment, basically intercompany type of setup, then we are using this account and so on. Okay. So here someone has defined for the currency also, if the currencies are euro or GBP, and what else? Yep. If the currencies are euro or GBP, then we are going for AIB checking. So now let's create a rule for which we can use it for the bank account that we have created. Okay. So since intercompany is already taken off, okay, and payment type or the currencies are also being occupied, so let's start with something new. Payment type here, if you see, is only defined with manual. Let's see if we can take the payment type is EFT and wire. Remember, we had all the payment types defined in our bank account. Okay. We chose all the payment types in the bank accounts that we created. And let's say if the payment category we are taking as, let's see, supplier payment is already used, intercompany, expense, payroll, these are all used. So let us take the payment category as bank account transfer for settlement, ad hoc payment. Okay. Anything else that we can take? Okay. So we are good. We have defined two payment categories. Okay. We have defined the payment type, payment category. Then we can also define the currency. So we can define customer category, supplier category, all those things. But for now, we are going with whatever data that we have already defined for our bank account. The currency, let's say we can have as euro. Okay. Euro and USD. These two currencies we have selected. Remember, for the bank account that we created, we did it for three different currencies which are being accepted for the bank account: Euro, USD, and GBP. Okay. Now we can put the bank account here. BS Chase. Okay. So we have put the bank account. Okay. Now let's try to submit it and see if we are getting any validations or not. So we have submitted and we have created a new rule. Okay. If my payment type is EFT or wire, payment category is ad hoc payment or bank account transfer for settlement, amount greater than zero, currency US or USD, then the settlement will be done through BS Chase checking. Okay. So this is how we have added one more condition to the existing bank routing rule. Okay. If we are to create a bank routing rule, so I'll choose the task as create bank routing rule. Now let's see what happens if I'm writing GMS here. Okay, GMS, there are a lot of companies, GMS USA. So you see the GMS USA that we were choosing, because it already has the bank routing rules defined, so it won't come into the drop down. So this is another GMS that is being there. So let's see if we have any other company which we can choose. Um, let's do with the GMS Singapore. Okay. It seems like for this company, the bank routing rule is not defined. Okay. Now here we can add if there was any bank account for GMS Singapore. So the bank account would have come into the drop down. Okay. So we would have added the default bank account. All right. Since there is no bank account defined for GMS Singapore, we are not able to see any um, bank account in the options. So similarly, in the previous example, how we added the rules, we can add the rules over here as well. The same way, the payment type, payment category, location, whatever, anything that your client is specific about, we can add it. So let me go back to bank routing rule again for a minute. Okay. So if you see here, among other things, supplier category, customer category, run calculation criteria, bank account, we also have one more thing that is bank routing code. Okay. So this is the newest edition, the release 2025 2, okay, which has been added in this grid. So bank routing rule will, okay. So right now there is no bank routing code created. We will show you how to create a bank routing code as well. So this will help in so this bank routing code will be available on your supplier invoices, for example, or your payments also. Okay. So this is another category that is going to help you in the settlement. Okay. So let's suppose I have created an invoice. Okay. And in that invoice, I have added the bank routing code as supplier ABC, for example. So this is just a way of identify and basically filtering among the other criterias that we have given. Okay. So let me show you how we can create a bank routing code, and then we will come back here again and add that code. Okay. Okay. So we do not have any bank routing code as such. I will create a bank routing code. Let's create this task, create bank routing code. Okay. So I'm giving the name as BS bank routing code for now in our demo. Then adding here, I will add, let's suppose I will add the bank routing code as BS supplier invoice. Okay. So this is one code that I have added. Description for now, I'm just going to copy paste. Okay, that's it. That's it. I have created a bank routing code. using maintain bank routing codes task. All right. So this is the code that we have created. Now, what we can do is we can go back to the bank routing rule that we have created and we will add this code over there. So this was the rule that we created and we will add the code BS supplier invoice. Okay. So you saw earlier we were not getting any option because there was no bank routing code existing in the system. So we created one and now we have added that code into this rule. Okay. That's it. So we have created a bank routing rule. So in this, you saw that how we can associate the payment types, the currencies, the bank routing code, and the usages to a bank account. Okay. So always remember the bank routing rules are defined at the company level because a company can have a lot of bank accounts for different purposes. So basically, in the bank routing rules, we are defining those bank accounts of the companies to serve their purposes. Okay, so let's suppose for a company, one account is totally for the payroll payments, another account is for the supplier payments, the third account is for the customer payments, fourth account might be for the customer refund. Okay. Fifth account can be for the expense reports, for example. So we have five different accounts for a company. And by defining the rules for those five different accounts for that company, we are doing that in the bank routing rules. Okay. So by defining those rules during the settlement, it would be easier for the workday to see that, okay, this is a supplier payment. So I should make the payment from the bank account, which is defined for the supplier payment as per the rules. Similarly, if it is an expense report, so I should be making or I should be settling from the bank account, which is defined as per the bank routing rule for this particular company. Going back, so now let's see about the payment types and the integration setups. So Workday offers a lot of different payment types such as EFT, ACH, checks, direct deposits, etc. We have already seen that when we were creating a bank account. Okay. We can also create more payment types depending upon your client requirement. Okay. We will see that how we can create those payment types. Okay. We can also configure the integrations for the external financial institutions. So we saw in the previous chapter when we were on the settlement tab for a bank account that we can add the integrations for a particular payment type. So for example, if it is a check, we will have a separate integration defined for it. If it is a direct debit, then we will have a separate integration defined to it. So we will see how we can link those two things, a payment type and an integration together for one bank account, so that at the end, when we are settling, how these things would be communicating with each other. So, for example, if it is a wire payment, I will have a separate integration for a wire payment. So, if I'm settling for the wire payment, the integration will trigger and send a message to the bank account that, okay, you have to wire this much amount to this particular bank account. Okay. So, how this is going to done? This is going to be done via integrations. This is how the two systems will be communicating with each other. So let's see first the payment types that we have. Okay. So the task. So the first thing that I always find it easy if I don't know the task name or something is by searching with just a vague name, for example, payment type. Okay. So this will one thing, it will give me list of all the tasks related to payment. Okay. And I can pick it from there. So if we see here, let me narrow it down again. So we have two tasks. One is the payment type. So this task will give me the list of all the payment types that are existing in the system. And maintain payment types. This task will allow me to create more payment types or delete existing, like that. I can play around and add or delete more payment types. Definitely, it is going to depend upon the client requirements. So first, we'll see this report. So we have 10 payment types defined in the system: cash, check, credit card, all those things. Okay, we have already seen that in the bank account setup. Now, if you have to, your client says that I want this particular payment type. Okay, so what we'll do is we will go to maintain payment type, and we will add. For example, for this requirement, we are going to add one more payment type. Let's see if any meaningful payment type is left out of this list, then we'll add it. We have cash, check, debit, credit card, direct deposit is there, direct debit is there, EFT, manual pay card, or wire. Okay, all of these are already there. Um, so just for the purpose of demo, what I'm gonna do is manual is there, right? So I'm just going to create a kind of a dummy payment type, okay, just as a test. So PS cash, I'm just randomly adding a payment type, okay, the name here, and the payment method that I can define is cash, check, credit card, these things, okay. So let's see, okay, we have a payment method as digital disbursement. So um okay, so let's see, randomly I am creating. So I have taken the payment type name as DS PayPal, and the method is digital disbursement. I don't think digital disbursement method is used anywhere here. So we have created this. Okay. So we have one new payment type now. Okay. So now when you are going to create any bank account, this particular payment type will also come into the drop down. Okay. So let's go back to our bank account, edit bank account. So in the allowed payment type, I have this new payment type added as well. Okay. Now coming to the integration setup of these. So this will come under the settlement setup. Okay. Uh, Let me define the payment type as EFT, for example. Okay. I'm only defining the payment type here, nothing else. Payment category, current country, all those can remain as it is. There comes the technical section. So usually this is kind of, it will look like this in your tenant as well. So you would have to expand it manually. Okay. So this is the page limitation here. With this manual expansion, it can be done. Okay, let me see if we have the integration systems existing. EFT, something like that. No. What else we have? Check. Okay. So we have some integration systems existing. So I'm just gonna pick those integration system. Okay. Let's pick the check OIG. So here I'm going to change the payment type to check. Okay. So, okay, I will have the new layout. We would have to define a layout for check printout. Okay. Let's see. Workday. Let's choose Workday pre-printed check stock. Okay. So I have chosen the check print layout. So you see the difference, like it changed. So earlier I was trying with the payment type as EFT. We'll come back to it later on. We will have one more rule for the EFT. Okay. When I was selecting EFT, it was the integration system that I had to define. Okay. Now, when I'm selecting the check, it is the check print layout that I have to define over here. Okay. You can leave as it is as well. If it is outsourced, then you will define the outsourced provider. Okay. So here I have selected a check print layout, that is Workday pre-printed check stock. Okay. Coming to here, again, we will have to expand it. I'm just trying to expand it. Okay. So we can also define what are the maximum payments per group. Let's suppose I am doing it for 1,000. Okay. I can define the cutoff time. Let's see. The cutoff time is 12 a.m. This is the time on which your payment should be, like all this grouping should be done and the payment will be made. We will define if we want acknowledgement or not. So let's keep it unchecked here. Okay. So I have defined this as the technical settings. Technical integration is also defined with the check print layout. Okay. And the payment type also. So let me add one more. Let's see if we will have any option for direct debit and direct deposit and direct debit. Okay. We are choosing these two. The payment category also we can define ad hoc payment, bank account transfer, customer payment, customer refund. Okay. These four I have defined. I'm just randomly defining the payment category, but on your client requirement, it would be clear that what payment categories and for what type of payment, what sort of integration you are going to use. Now let's see the integration systems. Let me search direct thing with this direct debit payments. Okay, so this is the integration system that is available. Okay, if you want to see what is the integration system, we can check with these three dots and you can open it in a new tab also. So this is the integration template that has been used. It is already configured in the system. That's why I've already selected it. Okay, it is used for the ACH payment using ACH PPD format. And what these are some integration related specific information that is being there, the template, initial services enabled, all those things. Okay, so we'll just cross it for now. We will have this here also. Let's suppose the maximum payment, I will define it as 1,000 here again. And to keep it um, in line with my first condition that I have given. So I'll choose it as 12 a.m. so that all my payments will be made at 12. Okay. The cutoff time for all would be 12 a.m. Okay. Let's see for consolidated by if we have any option. So we can consolidate it basis on bank account, currency, credit card type, country, payment category, type, payment type, all those things. So let's see. We have payment type being defined, okay, and the category also. So we want to group it by payment category. Okay. Uh, so this is the another settlement setup that we have done for direct deposit debit. If my payment category are these, then this particular integration will run. It will have maximum of 1,000 payments group. The cutoff time for the payments would be 12 a.m. and all those payments would be grouped by the payment category. Okay, and here we can do the receive acknowledgement as well. That is that we will receive a payment acknowledgement once the bank makes those payments. Okay, so I'm gonna submit it. All right. So this is concluding our settlement setup for different integrations. Okay. So we have for different payment type, how we are linking the integrations and how we are doing the payment settlement setup. Okay. Then coming to settlement business process and events. So business process will handle the life cycle of payment settlement, which will include settlement runs, grouping the payment line for batch processing, payment release events, and check printing events. Okay. So there would be approvals and reviews involved in the settlement business process. There would be a express settlement as well that would provide a quick settlement run for the specific payment categories. Example, miscellaneous payments. Okay, so this point we discussed in the previous chapter as well, that for miscellaneous payments, we will have the express settlement run in which we won't have to create any settlement run, it would be automatically run. The business process will also handle the exceptions. These exceptions can result from your bank account setup or from your payment types. For example, you can think of it in such a way that you are running a settlement for a supplier payment, okay, and your bank account, the usage for the bank account for supplier payment is not defined. Okay. So your bank account, which is given in that settlement, okay. So it might be possible earlier the usage was defined for the supplier payment, but later on it was removed. And now when you are running the settlement run, you are getting an exception because that bank account cannot be used to make supplier payments, but you are still trying to create a settlement from that bank account. Okay. So using the settlement business processes or when we are creating it, we can also handle those exceptions. Okay. We can make the modifications and make it correct and keep it running. Okay. So looking at the settlement run business process. BP settlement run. Let's see. So we have the default definition for settlement run. Let's see what is the default definition. So you see we have three steps in this default definition. Okay. The first step is the initiation. The second step is if the treasury management should approve the BHR settlement runs that are over $2,000. Okay. In case if the amount is more than $2,000, then Treasury Manager BHR will approve the payment. If the settlement runs are over 2000, then ND-Treasury Management will settle the payments. Okay. So here, if you see these conditions are similar, but if you see here, we are talking in the broader terms that if the settlement run is over $2,000, and here if the BHR settlement runs are over $2,000. Okay. So in both cases, different group will be approving it. We can also see the security group restrictions. We can see roles that are defined at the company and company hierarchy level, and we have unconstrained groups. Okay. But we can add the other groups as well here from the role based securities. We can change that on the basis of domain security policy. Let me see, business process policy we have over here. So you can see all the business process policies that are being applied for this particular uh, business process for banking and settlement. Okay, so we have the security groups as accountants, accountant supervisor, managers, a lot of groups. You can see there were 78 groups that were being there. Okay, treasury manager, all those things. So what can they do? They can view the business process. Okay. Similarly, we have the action for approval. There are 70 plus security groups that are being added. Okay. For ad hoc approve, request assignment, all those things, deny. So right now, since this is a demo tenant, the group selection is very wide. Okay. We can see that 70 plus groups are there. But in actual business case, this will not be the scenario. Okay, you see here the implementers is also a group. Okay, we can see the expense settlement specialist is there. Accounting supervisors are also there. But generally speaking, if you are doing the settlement run, accounting supervisor should not be there. They are not needed for because if you remember in chapter one, we discussed about the groups that are being there um, for the settlement or for the whole banking and settlement module. So ideally, only those groups should be existing. Okay, but if we have to change anything in the domain security policy, we can first check what are the groups being included for the business process for the settlement run. And then if needed, we can change that as well. Let me see. We can edit the business process policy and we can add or remove those roles. Okay. What is the error? It's something to do with us or not? Okay, all right. Someone might have made some changes to the security group that were already added in this business process, and due to that, those security groups are now invalid. Okay, so we might have to remove it. So, but for us, for now, what we were seeing on how we can add the roles and all, we can see from here. Okay, you can add the roles from here. For example, let me see if we have the cash specialist. No, we do not have cash specialist role, or it might already be used. Yeah, cash analyst is there. So this is already a used role. Okay. We can see accounts receivable, payables that are also defined. But we see a lot of other roles that should not be existing over here. Accounts, supervisor, all these roles are not needed for banking and settlement. So you got two things from here. First hand experience of what we were actually talking about in chapter one about the roles and the segregation of duties. So this is one example on how we should be cautious about the segregation of duties that ideally you can think of it in your company, the work that you are doing. Okay, if you are doing some technical activities, any person from accountancy cannot see your work. Okay, if you are approving, let's suppose if you are a manager and if you are, let's suppose, approving the leaves of your subordinate. Okay, another manager should not be able to approve the leaves of your subordinate. So this is called segregation of duties, and this is what we were discussing in the previous chapter as well. Okay, so These accounting supervisors, accounting manager type of roles, these should not be there in the banking and settlement. Okay. Only the roles that are defined for this particular module should be there, and that too with a question of keeping in mind about the segregation of duties. That's it. So this sums up our business process for the settlement run as well. So we were discussing about the settlement setup and the business processes that is related with the settlement run event. Now we will study about the rules that are defining the settlement runs. So these rules are nothing but the bank routing rules, which we just studied some time back. Okay. We are just going through the content over here, and we will relate whatever we have seen in the tenant for the bank routing rules. Okay. So the settlement bank account, as we know by now, that it would be decided by the bank routing rule based on whatever bank account and the conditions that you are assigning. So as we were discussing, this is mentioned here as well, that we will have a predefined criteria. That criteria is essentially the conditions that we have defined on the bank routing rule. Okay. So the key configuration elements that we should be needing for the rules that determine the settlement bank account would be first the bank routing rule. Okay. And the payment type association. You remember the payment types that we added into that bank routing rule that we created, the multi-currency support, company or the legal entity linkage, bank routing rule evaluation, and fallback for the error handling. So let's just quickly go back and see this again. So we will search for our bank routing rule. We created it for GMS USA. Okay. So now going back to this diagram, so we will have the bank routing rule. It will consist of the payment type association. The payment type we defined. These are the key elements. Okay. The multi-currency support. We also defined the multi-currency support. Okay. Let's see. We define for the multi-currency support. Then we have the company or legal entity linkage. So as we were discussing, the bank routing rule is always at the company level. Another part is if we are doing it for the intercompany, then we will have the company defined here as well. Okay? So for example, in this rule, because it is for the intercompany payment, what is the rule here? If it is expense credit card as a payment category, and if they are making the payment on behalf of intercompany, then it will go through HSBC UK account. Then we have the routing rule evaluation. So routing rule evaluation would be how these rules will work. So for example, we have 6 rules or 6 conditions that we have defined for a particular company or bank routing. Okay. So how this will work? Let's suppose if we have got a settlement run, which is for the expense credit card payment. And let's suppose here in this rule, we have mentioned that if it is for on behalf of the company, basically intercompany, then it will go through HSBC UK account. Okay. So in your example, let's suppose if we have expense credit card payment, okay. So my this condition is being fulfilled, payment category, but there is no on behalf of thing in my actual scenario. Okay, that on behalf of this company is not there. Instead, let's suppose another GMS Singapore is there, for example. So what is happening here is that my actual condition, expense credit card payment on behalf of GMS Singapore is the actual condition. And what we have defined over here is expense credit card and GMS UK. So my actual condition is not fulfilled with any of these conditions, any of these six conditions that I have defined. Okay, so in that case, it will go through the default. The settlement will occur through the default bank account, which is BOFA checking. Okay, so this is how the rule evaluation will be done. That first, Workday will check that whatever actual condition that I have for the settlement, is it being satisfied through any of the conditions that are being defined in the bank routing rule. For example, if let's suppose my actual condition or the settlement was for EFT for ad hoc payment and for USD. Okay, USD, and my bank routing code was also PS supplier invoice. So in this case, this particular condition is being fulfilled with my actual scenario. So the payment will be settled through BSCS checking. Okay. In case if it was something other that was being fulfilled within these six conditions, okay, maybe it can go through North America intercompany settlement if it was only the intercompany settlement payment and the manual payment. Okay. So if this is filled, it will go through whatever conditions that we have defined. It will check, and the any bank account being mentioned that would be taken into consideration when you are settling. But in case if it is not, then the fallback mechanism would be your default bank account that we will define. Okay. So this is what it is mentioned. It meant by this rule routing and the fallback or the error handling. So the key configuration elements for the bank routing rule, you will need to define the payment type. Like we can define n number of conditions, but usually the main one and the ones that we have seen in the example, that can be your payment types, your company, the business unit, transaction currency, or maybe the other payment attributes. Okay. As we were discussing, the routing rules will be evaluated in the order of priority from most specific to the least specific rule, basically from granular to the broader spectrum. The first matching routing rule assigned at the payment determines the settlement bank account which will be used to make the payment. If there is no match found, then the default bank account will be used. The association of the payment types. So the bank accounts must be linked to the payment types. As we were seeing when we were creating the bank account, we linked certain payment types, right? So this is that association which will fall back to your routing rule. So for example, we have defined the payment type as EFT or wired, okay, and we defined this into our bank account as well. In case if we had not defined EFT into our bank account, okay, and here we have given the EFT and wire, so it will throw an error because we are trying to define a payment type which is not associated with our bank account. Okay. Similarly, for the multi-currency support, we have defined specific currencies for our bank account. So when we are making the routing rule, only those currencies will be added here into your bank routing rule. Okay. If in case you want to go or if you want to, let's suppose, make the payment in Singapore dollars. Okay. So in that case, you will again get an error because Singapore dollars is not an accepted currency. So while you are settling, you will get an error. Okay. So it is so whatever we defined at the bank account level, okay, be it the bank account usage, the payment types, or the currencies, okay, all those things that should be matching over your bank account, bank routing rules. And that's why we were defining them there because later we are linking those data points, the payment types, currencies, account usages into the bank routing rules. Okay. So if you see here in the payment type association, it is also mentioned here as well that the link will ensure that the payment of given type only will be routed to the valid bank account. Okay. Similarly, for the multi-currency support also, it will ensure the currency compatibility and will help to avoid the failed payment transactions due to currency issues. Company or legal entity linkage. So routing can use the company or legal entity or legal owning company associated with the payment to the correct bank account. So as we were discussing, that routing rule will always be created at the company level or the legal entity level. Okay. So because one organization can have multiple subsidiaries also. So this will prevent the cross company bank account usages. Okay. So that's why the bank routing rule will always be defined at the company or legal entity level. Uh, Coming to the routing rule evaluation. So, as we were discussing, it will go from the granular to the broader level. So, the rule with the most number of conditions will be evaluated first. For example, if you see here, I think the rule that we created had the most number of conditions. Okay. Uh, we have the payment type, payment category, we define the bank routing code, all those things, right? So the most number would be evaluated first. It will start from here. Okay, this particular rule condition is not met, then it will go to other rules. If any of those conditions are met, then the transfer or the settlement will happen to through those bank accounts. So the importance of routing rules, we cannot stress enough on this because this at the end will be playing the role in your settlement runs. Okay, when you are actually settling the currency or sending those payment files to the bank. So routing rules are essential to comply with the company policies, external regulations, and the banking contracts. They will enable the automation and reduce the manual errors in the payment processing because you are already defining the conditions over here. So you do not have to do manually. You do not have to select the bank accounts manually when you are settling. Okay. So this will greatly reduce the chances of the human error. Third will be the proper usage of the bank accounts. Okay. So it will help to ensure the proper bank accounts are funded, which aligns with the treasury management and the cash flow controls. Now we'll study about the payment integration flow. So the payment integration, the one thing is which we saw for that bank account when we were doing the settlement setup. Okay, there we involve the integrations. But as you know, Workday has like since it's an ERP system, so it provides a wide variety of things for us to be connected with the external systems. This can be through EIB connectors or different integration tools that are available within Workday. Okay, so your payments from can flow via integration to different payroll module. For example, your banking and settlement module is being configured in Workday, but payroll is outsourced. Okay. So, but Workday provides the ability to integrate that outsourced payroll system with Workday banking and settlement. Okay. So basically you can integrate the third party payment providers or other ERP systems as well as external banking systems, the actual banks, for example, BOFA or Chase or HSBC, etc. So this will facilitate seamless and real time data transfer, payment instructions, bank account details, and the transaction statuses. So via integration, we will be getting all this real time data on whether your transfer of the payment was completed or not. So this can you can think of it in a way it is going to link back with the payment acknowledgement that we did when we were doing the settlement setup. Okay. your transaction statuses also, which comes in integration. When an integration, or you can see, or you can say in a way that when a batch job is running, after that, whatever the statuses are there, whether it's passed or fails, whether the integration completed successfully, all those things can be tracked. So the core goal is to automate the payment processing, reconciliation, and reporting, and therefore reduction in the manual errors as well. Okay, as well as the efforts. Of course, if you are automating something, if you are automating the complete payment processing, so a lot of human effort is saved, which can be used in other activities. Okay, so high level components would be external payment system, Workday cloud connectors and API, Workday transactions, and data exchange. So, external payment systems can be your banks, your ACH networks, or your third party processors. Workday Cloud Connectors and API are the pre built flows for the payment, okay, for the bank statements and the reconciliation. So, these are already configured in the Workday, like these are available in the Workday and can be configured as well, which will enable us to have the payment related data informations as we were discussing, or the bank statement inflow outflow and reconciliations. So workday transactions. So workday transactions are the payment requests, payment instructions, and the reconciliation data. And data exchange, that is the bidirectional flow of data, something that you are sending from Workday to bank, for example, the payment file. When you are settling, when you have settled or completed the settlement run, a payment file is being generated and sent to bank. Bank is making the payment to the concerned account, and then bank is sending back you the data in terms of maybe the payment acknowledgement and of course the bank statements also. So this is basically an example of the bidirectional data flow, inflow and outflow from the Workday. So the key steps in the integration workflow would be the payment initiation, data mapping and validation, triggering external payment, external processing, reconciliation, and reporting. Basically, once the settlement run is completed, after that, your payment initiation will start. Okay, file will be sent to the bank via integration, and bank will map or do the data validation. Okay, this data validation and mapping will be at both the ends, at Workday as well as in the bank side as well, and this will happen within the integration system. Okay, once this is completed, so you can think of data mapping and validation over here is like, if let's suppose a payment file is generated and it is checking whether this file has all the data that is being required for the integration to be run successfully. Okay, so in that case, it's basically validating the data that okay, as an integration specialist or like for an integration process, I have got all the data. Let's suppose I have got date, I have got amount, the bank account information, the payment type, all those things. I have got each of those data points, and this is satisfying my integration flow as well. So all looks good. Now I'm sending that file to the bank. Okay. So this will trigger the external payment, external processing at the bank's end. Once the bank has settled the payment to the account of your supplier or customer, so it will send you the bank statements, which will state that okay, the bank, so on this and this date, this much amount for this particular transaction has been debited from your bank account and credited to the other party's bank account. So after this, the bank will send you the reconciliation report. Basically, from the bank statements, you will have the reconciliation. And after that, at the end, you will do the reporting. So as we were discussing previously in the diagram, the payment initiation is basically the payment request that is being created in Workday via business processes. For example, supplier payment, employee payment, via settlement. Okay, data mapping and validation. That would be the transactional data that will include the pay details, as we were discussing, the bank account details and all, the routing amount, etc. These are first validated and mapped through the configured integrations. Then we will have the trigger of the external payment. They will send the payment instructions through the secure APIs or connectors, okay, to the bank. API, again, APIs are coming in because wherever there is an integration, there will be APIs. So APIs are nothing but a way of talking between two systems. Okay. So APIs in this case is a way of talking between Workday and bank. So Workday has sent a message to the bank that, okay, I'm sending you a payment instruction. Please make that payment to so and so bank account. Okay. So these connectors or these APIs are completely secure, like the way that we use our PayPal or the other online platforms for the payment processing, or whenever we are making any online payment. So, in a similar way, all these API connectors are also very much secure. Then, for external processing, so your bank or the third party provider will process those payments. Then it will generate the remittance file and will send the payment status back to the Workday. So so remittance file maybe only in terms of supplier, but other files also, or maybe the acknowledgements and whatever the other data is being generated for the other modules we can think of, banks will send that back to the Workday. Okay. Workday will also receive the bank statement data as well. And with that bank statement data, we will have the complete reconciliation. And after reconciling, we will have the reporting as well. Post processing and finalization. So basically, payment acknowledgement is there, error handling, reporting and audit, and automated or manual controls. So payment acknowledgement, so Workday will confirm that, okay, the payment was successful, or if there is any error or exception, it will flag that as well. In case of any error, so in case of any error, it will provide another oversight. Basically, we have business processes like, okay, if something has failed, maybe the notifications and all those things will be triggered to the concerned person. Okay. So in the business processes, you will be adding maybe adding the steps for the error handling also. Okay. If some step fails, then the notification will be triggered to the concerned role, and manually they can check that what is the issue, if this is a false negative or if it's an actual issue, and how they can fix it. Reporting and audit. So as you would know, in Workday, we have an option for audit trails for every activity. Okay, so we will have the audit trails to track back what happened with the payments and all. Okay, the other part from the reporting would be the reconciliation reports. How much of my transactions are already matched with the bank statements that are being sent to Workday? What are not being matched, and what is the reason for them not being matched? And we will have the dashboards as well, which will enable the financial control and compliance. Then for the automated and manual controls, so Workday can help you to automate a lot of processes within banking and settlement, and for that matter, for most of the modules as well. So, for an example, a very easy example is when you can schedule your settlement runs. Okay. So, you have created a settlement run first, and then you would say that, okay, I do not want to go back after every hour and run and create a settlement run, and again and again every hour I have to create it and run it and, you know, trigger the business process again. So what we can do is we can schedule the settlement run. Okay, you can define the frequency of the settlement run schedule as well. Okay. Um, we will have the user initiated payment approvals and reconciliation also. So these can be the manual controls. Okay, so one thing would be you have scheduled something. So basically you have automated one activity. Another is like one time activities that you are doing manually. For example, creating a miscellaneous payment request. Okay, so that can be a manual process, right? Another can be you might be creating an ad hoc payment. That is also your manual or user initiated payment, right? So those activities also can be done within Workday. So you can so Workday gives you all the options whether you want to automate or do it manually. It's all available within Workday. So now we will see one settlement run, how we can create a settlement run. Before that, before creating a settlement run, I would want to find in my system that what are the transactions that are available. So I'm thinking I will create a settlement run for a supplier invoice. Okay. Uh, so before creating a settlement run, I should know whether there is a supplier invoice existing in the system for a company that I'm thinking of or not. So let me find supplier invoice. And those supplier invoices should be in the approved status, maybe. Basically, those supplier invoices should not be paid. So, company I'm defining GMS USA. And invoice status is I can approve. Okay, let's give an old date. Let's start from 0101. Hotels. So, we have got three supplier invoices. Okay, all of them are in approved statuses. So, okay, I have got the supplier invoices. Now, let's see how we can create a settlement run. Create settlement run. So, I'm selecting the company over here as GMS USA. Okay, I am giving the name as BS Test SR1. Okay, BS Test Settlement Run 1. Okay, so it is usually recommended that you add a name of a settlement run. If you don't add, that is also fine, but it is recommended that you add because while reporting or while you have to search for your own settlements, it would be easy. Okay. So you see here on the first page, what we have got is the name, the number of the settlement run, which is 3157, the date, the status of the settlement run. Then we have organization, currency, display currency, all those things. Now here in add, you will see the options for what all are the things that we can settle. We have the ad hoc payment, bank account transfer for settlement, cash advances, supplier invoice payment, customer invoice payment, refunds, expense related items, intercompany, payroll, student, and supplier invoice, which we want to settle. Okay, I have selected supplier invoice. After that, I have got another search criteria. If I want to narrow down my search, okay. So let's suppose if I am a settlement specialist and I know that there are 1,000 supplier invoices that are existing, but I only want to settle a certain specific type of invoices. So I can use the search criteria to narrow down my search. But in our case, we only have three invoices. So I will just search about them. View result option, you will see summarize view or the itemized view. So summarize view, what it will do for a specific supplier. Let's suppose if there are 10 supplier invoices, so it will summarize them. The total amount would be summarized. In itemized view, you will have each invoice as separate line. I'll search then. Okay. So, okay, we have got 14 items. Okay. Uh, what else? And why we have got 14 items? Because when we were searching here for supplier invoices, we search for date on or after 1/1/2025. Okay. If I see over here, I have the invoices dated back to 2023 as well. Okay. Now, let's suppose I only want to settle just one invoice that was dated 12/26/25. This was the invoice date, and that's it. The amount to pay is 230. So I have selected this one particular invoice. Select OK. If I want to view details, I can do that as well. So this is the account that will be used, HSBC UK account. Currency rate would be current, whatever is the currency rate. USD was the actual currency, but when it is being settled into UK account, it might be in GBP. I can edit here as well. I can edit from where the payment should be made. If not UK account, then let's suppose some other, let's take VSJs. Okay. So now your current currency rate and all those things have gone. It has gone to one because my Chase checking account is also in USD and this payment is also in USD. This is where we can go in and change the payment instruction also. So your payment overview, if you want to add any handling code, you can add that as well. Okay. What else? Payment purpose, all those things. Then the payment type also. Okay. Because I think this was for check payment. All right. I'm not adding anything else. And that's it. Let's see. Let's update. See what would happen. Okay. Let's check and update. So you see my bank account is updated now. Okay. Back to summary. All right. If I want to see the bank account view, this is a Chase checking. I can see the bank account from here as well. Okay. And you remember here for the payment type check, we have defined the check layout also. We defined the cutoff time. Okay. So this is now where your settlement setup is coming in place. So let me open this again. So you see, we had the allowed payment type as check. And what was the usage? Account usage option that we had. Do we have for supplier payment? Yes, we have. The settlement. For check, we have the settlement. You see here the maximum payments were 1,000, cutoff time was 12, and the check print layout is also there. Okay. So now you can get an idea of how all these things are tying together. Okay, and what else? You can explore all the things, all the tabs and buttons within a page. That's how you will get to know more and more about what and how the things are included, added into one page. So the items, these were, if I here I have only selected one supplier invoice. In case if I had multiple supplier invoice, okay, so when I clicked on view items, I would have got all those line items. Okay, because here we are just seeing the summary. Okay, the payment category is supplier payment. We can have different other categories added here as well through add button. Okay, let's see if we have any ad hoc payment or GMS USA. I would want to see the summarized view. So yeah, we have an ad hoc payment as well. Okay, so I'm gonna add that as well. So now I have two different um, payments. One is with the payment category of ad hoc payment, another is with the supplier payment. Okay, so this is giving me the summarized form. Okay, uh, view items. I can see what are those line items. Okay, for some reason I'm only seeing the invoice as the transaction. That's all right. You can debug it later. But now you can see this is my settlement page after selecting the different payment types, basically different transactions which I want to settle. Now I will click on process. So this will initiate a batch job or this will initiate a process, okay, which will in turn will initiate the integrations linked with those particular categories or with those particular processes. Okay. And in turn, those integrations will now communicate with the bank. They will send them the files and bank will then make the payments to the payee bank accounts. So I can refresh. I hope we shouldn't have any issues. Yeah, it was successful. You see, the status has also changed from draft to approved. Okay. And here the ad hoc payment is made. This the payment type is manual here. Okay. And for the supplier payment from BSJ's checking, we have the print checks business process being issued from here. Okay. This process is in progress. So now once this is done, okay, from here the settlement run is done. Now you can see there are different tabs added here as well. We have the ad hoc payment, okay, for the company GMS USA, Corporate Express, the payment type is manual. I can see this ad hoc payment, okay. If I just click on that lens icon, I can open that ad hoc payment. Okay, so you can get all the information on this ad hoc payment over here. I'll go back now. Then the supplier invoice, the invoice that was being used in this settlement run. So similarly, I can open the supplier invoice as well. And you see the status of the supplier has been changed to paid. The status was approved. Now the payment status has been changed to paid. Okay. So this is a usual supplier invoice. You must be aware of. Okay. You can see the process history. Settlement run was created. You see here the related business process. Okay. The related business process was the print checks. Let's open this business process because there was one payment with the checks. Okay. So a business process is triggered when there was a check payment. Okay. So now you would be knowing how we can complete the business process. So there is this process of print checks, which is awaiting action. Okay. We can log in via proxying. Let's see if I can proxy for that. Let me open my settlement run and let me remember the settlement number. 3157. Okay, now I'll go back to the process history for check printing and I will log in through John Doe's ID. Start proxy. Okay. Okay, my task, check printing. So I'm just going to approve it. Check number in printer is 1. Okay. Number of checks selected 1. Print checks. Okay. So you see the process is completed and the check is also printed. Okay. You see PDF is created for the check. Right. So you see here, this was essentially an integration. That's why you see the response here as well, that the integration is completed. Okay. Now going back again to the settlement run. This is now successfully completed. Earlier, this was in progress. Now, this is also successfully completed. So my process history is also completed. Everything is complete. Okay. All right. So this was how we can create the settlement run, find them, see how the integrations are linked with those settlement runs. Now coming to the next section, which is for the payment processing. Okay. First, we'll go through the overview. The payment processing in Workday are processed primarily through settlement runs, as we have seen already. Okay. It can be grouped into various payment groups or batches for the processing. This also we saw in our case because we created the settlement run of different groups. Okay, different payment groups were there. See, we had a doc payment as one group and supplier payment as another group. So we can group the payment like payment types. Okay, the categories we can group and then we can do the settlement. So the typical payments we have already covered can be supplier payment, payroll, ad hoc, customer payments, etc. This process will begin when you approve the payment request. Okay, are selected and grouped for the payment processing. Payment method will include the EFTs, direct deposit, checks, cash, and others. So we already saw the payment methods that were being used here as the manual and check. Okay. So the payment will move from Workday Financial System to your configured bank accounts and the settlement runs, and it will eventually move to the external bank providers. Key steps in processing the payment transactions would be create or initiate the settlement run, which we already did. We will add or review the payment items that we added. We added the supplier invoice and payment. Then we did the routing to the bank accounts. So based on the routing, okay, the settlement run would happen. Whatever rules you have defined for your bank accounts, the settlement run would happen. Okay, if we want, we can see uh, this was for the, so let's see if any of those conditions were met, the rules that we had defined. Okay. So you first I would need to stop proxy. You would remember the supplier payment group, we manually changed the bank account, right? Earlier it was going to some different bank account. We manually changed it. Okay, let's see if we had any condition for the ad hoc payment and the payment type as manual. We had the payment type as manual, defined only for one, but we had intercompany payment. That's it. Okay, HSBC UK. So you can see, I'm not sure if it would have hit the UK account by a rule. We can check it through ad hoc payment on how this payment was created. Okay, if it was done for an intercompany, then it would have followed the rule. Otherwise, while creating the ad hoc payment as well, can define the account. And let's see here. Um, Okay, so you see here they have already defined the bank account while creating the ad hoc payment. So in both the cases, we manually change the bank accounts. Okay, that's why it didn't hit anything, but that is also fine. Basically, it does have a bank account for the settlement. Okay, so in case if we were not defining anything, so it would have gone through the bank routing rule route. Okay, it might have hit the default bank account. Then we will do the settlement run process. Basically, we will start the process as we did, and we will track the payment statuses. So as we can see over here for bank for our settlement run, it was all successful. Okay, the settlement run was complete and the statuses are also completed. So create and initiate settlement run. Basically, user will trigger a settlement run that will pull the approved payment requests which are ready for processing. Add or review the payment items. User can add or review the payment items such as supplier invoices, expense reports, etc. before final proceeding. So you remember we reviewed the items for the supplier payment. We reviewed it. We didn't review the supplier invoice, but we reviewed the bank account information as well. So this is where, like, this is what this particular point is trying to say, that we can review before final processing also. Workday provides us the ability to review those items. It can be your supplier invoices or your bank account for the settlement or any other information. Okay. Then routing payment to the bank account. So based on the bank routing rules, your settlement run engine will check which bank account should be used to make the payment, unless and until if you have specifically defined a bank account like we did in our settlement run. After this, we will hit the process for the settlement run. Okay. The settlement run engine will initiate the payment processing and will communicate to the bank or the payment service provider. Then tracking the payment status. The Workday will track the status, for example, being pending, error, or return for each payment, and it will also display us. Handling payment exceptions and returns. So, for this particular settlement run, we did it as an happy example, happy flow. We didn't get into any exception. Okay. But we can, in real life, in actual business cases, there can be a lot of exceptions that can come up while you are doing the settlement run. So how we can handle it? So one example that we saw, that when we changed the bank account, okay. So going back to my initial example, when we were discussing about the exceptions, that maybe the bank account that you have entered is not right for the settlement. For example, the usage of the bank account is not selected for a particular activity. Let's suppose if your bank account is for payroll only, but you are trying to make a payment to a supplier. So in that case, it can throw an exception because the usage is not correct. Okay. So Workday provides us the ability that we can go back, change the bank account. This is only an example for the bank account. Similarly, um, in case if there are insufficient funds in the bank, okay, then also your payment can be rejected. Okay, so users can, like your payments, once your payments are rejected, okay, so users can return the process or reverse or correct the payment. Okay, if you are voiding the checks. Okay, so for return check payments, you would need to void the check. Okay, because in your system, this is as an example that you already issued a check, but the check is now voided. Okay, so you will basically you issued a check, but your payment is returned. Okay, but in the system, since check is a document, it's a transaction. Okay, so it is being there in the system, so we will now need to void that check, because when we are going to reconcile, it will create an exception, or it will create an error for a document or a particular data that exists, but bank did not make any payment. Okay, so that how that check or the return payment processing can be done by voiding the check as well. Then we have the payment return statements. Okay. Uh, we can have the matching returns also. For example, the ret- for any payment that is being returned to Workday system. Okay. For example, in the real life, you have created a supplier invoice for $500 and it was paid to the supplier as well. But later we found that okay, so there are some issues with the supplier services that we got, and we create a invoice adjustment where now instead of $500, I only want I will only pay for $400. Okay. So that is kind of $100 deduction. Okay. So in that case, your payment is being returned. Okay. Maybe the supplier can return $100 to you. Okay. So you have to match that. You in the statement you will be getting that supplier has credited $100 into your account. Okay. But in the transactions also, you need to see that where when did I get those $100. Okay, so we might need to create a corresponding transaction for that. So how that was done, when I created a supplier invoice in adjustment. This will in turn will help in the reconciliation and reporting. Acknowledgement processing. So Workday handles the payment acknowledgements from the external institutions as well, and it will update the statuses accordingly. So similarly, like we were discussing, the bank will also communicate to Workday. So once the bank has made the payment, it will send the acknowledgement that okay, I have sent the payment, or maybe the other party, the pay that you are trying to make the payment to. Okay, so for that particular pay, that can also send the acknowledgement that okay, I have received so and so money from the bank account. So this is my acknowledgement. Okay, so this will help us or the treasury team or the cash team to know that whatever payments that were being done, okay, from the bank, they are being processed successfully, because there can be sometimes scenarios where they can bank can also run into some issues, correct, like while processing. And even we might also have seen or experienced this, that if I made some payment, it might take some time, the bank might take some time to send that money to a different bank account which I intended to do. Okay, till that time I haven't received any acknowledgement. So as soon as, like for example, if I'm transferring within my two different bank accounts. Okay. From one bank account, I'm sending money to another bank account. So from the first bank account, the process is completed. I have sent. Okay. But the second bank account hasn't yet sent me the acknowledgement that so and so money is credited to this particular bank account. So that's why acknowledgement is also very important, that you would get to know that the payment that you intend to make to a particular payee, they have received that payment, because the middleman here is the bank. You are sending the file or instruction to the bank, and then bank is acting upon your instruction and crediting the money to a different bank account or the payee bank account. Reporting and monitoring payment transactions. So, in Workday, how can we find the payments? It can be via payment, find payments task. Okay. And the other method that we were seeing was through in the settlement run also. Like after settlement run, if I have to find the payment, I can directly go from here. So this is my ad hoc payment and this is my supplier invoice payment. Okay. Other than that, I can go via find payment. We will check that. Okay. So there are multiple reports which can help us to track the payments. One is find payments, okay, payment status report, settlement run summary, and exceptions report. So the most easiest one, and we will always remember that, would be the find payments. You can just cancel it. So I will put a filter here, GMS USA. Okay, let's leave the bank account. Let's see the payment statuses. We can, it's, we want to see a lot of payments if there are in the system. So just proceed with this. Only the company. Okay. Okay. So we have close to 4,000 payments. We have the supplier category here. You can see what are all the categories that exist. The payment categories, we have ad hoc payment, customer refund, supplier payment. Let's filter on supplier payment and ad hoc payment and customer payment. Okay. The company is GMS USA. We have the statuses also. What are all the statuses there? Okay. We have complete. Hmm. All the payments are completed here. Oh, okay. My filter is very high. I still have around 3,200 rows. Let's remove this. Enter. Okay. We came to, but yeah, mostly I see here are the complete payments, but that's all right. We can put a status here, complete, in progress, all those things. Okay. I, yep. Generally, if I have to put a filter and if I'm not able to get that hamburger icon, what I usually do is I will do an Excel extract. There, it's easy. Okay. So this is just for the analysis purpose. Then we have the payee or payer for this particular payment. We have the transaction date, the bank accounts, the payment type, settlement run. Okay, payment group also is there. Then we have the payment amounts, currencies, reconciliation status. Let's see if any of these payments are reconciled or not. Let's filter out unreconciled payments. Okay. We have around 147 payments which are unreconciled. This is good. Maybe when we are doing our reconciliation configuration, we will take the help of these payments to reconcile them. Okay, all right. So this is your fine payments report will look like. Okay, if I want to make a filter on the transaction date, I only want 0101 025 and today's date. Okay, so we have got 10 items. So now we can see different statuses. So we have cancelled payments as well. Okay, the payment category is payroll, off cycle, customer payment is there, supplier payment is also there, which we just did. So you see here, my payment status is complete. For some, it is awaiting settlement. For some, it is in progress. For some, it is already done. Okay. We can see the bank account as well, the payment type that was being done. We have one direct deposit as well, which is completed for payment for the payroll off cycle payment. So you see, and we have the payment groups as well here for which payment group it went. So let's see if we had any payment group here. No, we didn't define any particular payment group. All right. I also want to show you the payment acknowledgements. Okay. So first we'll see if we have any payment acknowledgement within the system. Yes, we do have. And these are very old acknowledgements, but that is okay. So your acknowledgements will look something like this. Okay. Successful transaction, error processing the settlement. Okay. Uh, what is the status code? So these are, although integration specific things, okay, but you can still come here and see these messages. Okay, these are still easy to decipher. If we check the messages, we have the message ID, but mostly it would be for the use of the integration team. Okay, all right. So we saw the payments. Okay, we can check the payment status report as well. Let's see if we have returns. We have the payment return statement. Okay. Uh, we were talking about the payment returns, right? So we can find all those payment returns here. Let's see if we have something for GMS USA. Okay. There was no payment return for GMS USA. Let's see if the that company hierarchy level or something, if we have anything. Nothing. So there are no payment returns right now. One last, you can check GMS, GmbH, Germany. Nothing. All right. No issues. But we can check the payment return the system via find payment returns. Okay. Then we have the settlement run summary. Uh, from where we can find settlement run. We have, are we seeing any find settlement? Okay. So from fine settlement runs, we can see that these are all the settlement runs in the system. This one is the most latest one, which we did. Okay. So here you can see all the information for which company, what is the status, what is the settlement run date, the name of the settlement run, total payment, outbound payment, okay, display currency, all those things we can see here. Hi everyone. We are going to study about the module 3, which is outgoing payment processing. So before starting this module, let's do a recap of what we have discussed till now. So we started with banking setup in module 2 from the setup point of view. So we did the setup, then we did the setup for the settlement run. So we studied about how the bank accounts can be created, financial institutions, branches, and how we can proceed with the settlement run. So in this module, we will study about the next step, like what happens after settlement. So after settlement, payments will be issued. So in this module, we are going to study about how the payment processing is done. So we'll start with the check print layout. So Workday provides you platform where we can design our own checks. Okay, so basically by designing, what we mean is creating the layout for the checks, and that layout can include the information related to the company, for example, company name, logo, address, and your normal check information that we usually have, we see on our checks as well, wherein we have the payee name, amount in alphabets, like that, signatures, etc. So we'll see that. Okay, there are two ways through which we can create the check print layout. One is using the business forms. It's an XML based format that Workday delivers, and usually it can be used for very simple checks. The second one is BERT. We call it for business intelligence and reporting tools. So this is a kind of report wherein we can have the customizations for the check. So as I was discussing that Workday is providing a lot of Workday provides an ample platform where we can do the detailing part, basically like the fonts or providing the company layout, basically the logo of the company, the name, address. And even in address, there are certain limitations when we do with the simple layout. Like for example, we cannot have the address more than 40 characters, for example. So in Word, all those limitations are overcome. So it's a highly customizable tool. So customers often migrate the checks from their XSLT or business forms to BERT for the flexibility. So mostly like BERT is used if your client is printing the checks in house, then mostly BERT comes into picture. Okay. But there are a lot of customers wherein the check printing and the distribution is completely outsourced. We usually call it as a third party check services. Okay, so both are possible. One can be possible within Workday, and second one, depending upon the client, you can get the checks outsourced as well. So these are the high level steps to create or modify the check print layout. We have to access the layout designer or report or layout manager. We can select the existing layout or create a new one, design and modify the layout. Then we can set up the paper orientation as well, whether it should be landscape or portrait. Okay. A little bit adjustment in the positioning here and there, because you can think of it as creating a slide. So basically, the backend would be your report where you will have all those fields which should be on the check, and then you can think of those fields being aligning on a PowerPoint or a slide. So as in the slide where you have to, you know, keep the positioning or adjust the positioning within the slide. So similar way, the check layout also happens. Okay. Then we'll assign the layout. Then we will test the print and set the default layouts. The one thing that Workday always recommends is that once you have decided upon your check and you have created the layout for the check, so during the initial runs, it's very important to check with the bank as well. You give the print command for the check from Workday and verify with the bank whether they are able to receive that and whether they are able to generate it or not. So instead of, just testing only in the end, it is recommended to verify it with the bank as well. So, yeah, so the high level steps that we were discussing in the previous slide, so these are being explained over here as well. The similar thing as we were discussing, we'll select existing layout or the new layout can be created. Okay, so you can clone or create. So you can take up any existing and clone from there and make the modifications as well to the original board layout. Okay. Um, any design changes that you want to do that can be done as well. Again, with the paper format and orientation, the check stock size that can be determined and orientation as well. Then with the print positioning, you can check for the fixed height or the width cells, etc. Okay. The next step would be to assign the layout to the specific payment types or the bank in the workday. So you can create different layouts as well to align with different maybe payment types or with bank, etc. So for example, for supplier invoice payment, you can have a different type of layout of the check. For customer invoice, it can be different or depending on the bank as well. Okay, so for BOFA, it can be different layout, and for Chase, it can be different. So you can create a lot of specific layouts as well and assign them. Okay. Again, as I was discussing about the test print, the similar thing, we will test the print with the sample payments to validate the alignment with the bank as well. After this, once everything is set, we will assign the default layouts to the company, bank account, supplier level, etc. The complete thing is dependent upon your client requirements. So, what are the benefits of custom check layouts? The benefits are that it ensures compliance and banking standards for check printing. Okay. It also prevents the check misalignment or the printing errors. It can support different check stock formats and integrated company branding. Okay. The other benefit is that it provides the flexibility to handle multi-line or conditional address fields without shifting the layout. And the last benefit we can think of is that it advances the auditing and reconciliation by the accurate tracking of the printed check details. So we'll study in detail about these when we are in the tenant about how we can print the checks and all. So we can see what are all the informations as an admin that you can see when you are printing the check. So previously we studied about the benefits, but it also comes with some limitations. The limitations can be one thing that is mostly recommended is BERT usage instead of business forms because generally speaking for the companies the layout for the check would be highly customizable, right? So with the business forms it become less flexible. So BERT is recommended for creating the complex designs layout. The other and the most important one is the ongoing maintenance if needed. Okay. You have to check with check stocks or the banking requirement change. If there is any change from the bank side, then you have to accommodate that as well. In fact, if there is any change from, let's say, from the compliance perspective as well, something come from the government. Okay, so that also have to be checked, and if there is any change required, so that also has to be made. Okay. Sometimes, and I would say, like from my experience, I have seen mostly with my clients the checks being printed outside of the company level. Like in-house printing is less. Mostly it is outsourced to the third-party check providers. But yeah, because if Workday is giving the layout, then why not? Why not to recommend it with to our client to use this particular feature as well, right? So some customers may outsource, but yes, there is always an option to use the in-house check printing services because it's highly customizable as well. And it is coming with the complete package of the Workday, right? If all the banking and settlement is configured in within Workday, then why to leave out the checks as well? So yeah. The other part is the Workday also supports the MICR formatting. So if there is any custom MICR that is needed or non-standard bank requirement, that can be created as well. So coming again, just summarizing what we have studied till now. So Workday supports manual and automated check printing as a part of the payment settlement process. Okay, so once your settlement is completed, then your check print service will begin. Okay, checks can be generated using the configurable check print layout. Okay, which are tailored to specific bank or company requirement or any XYZ thing you can think of. Okay, print output is produced as a PDF file and that can be printed on a pre-printed check stock or printing can be done in-house or outsourced to a third-party check provider as well. So two things we have studied here that print output, like whatever you are designing, okay, as a format or as a layout, whatever you have done. So when you are set, like when you are issuing the payments, so that layout will be printed on a PDF, okay, and then it can be printed on your pre-printed check stock, okay, check stock or checkbook, anything that you can call, it would be printed over there. Printing can be done in-house or it can be outsourced to the third party check provider as well. So after you have produced the PDF, okay, so the printing on the check stock, it can be done either in-house or it can be outsourced as well. So generally with integration, like integration with the payment release business process, this ensures that checks are printed only after the payments are approved and ready. So you see, there is a new business process that we have talked over here, and it will come after settlement. Okay. Once your settlement run is completed, then your payment release business process will trigger. And based on the configuration of that business process, if there are any approvals or anything that is needed, that would be done. And once that business process is done, then your checks can be printed. So talking about check print layout and configuration, so we can define the visual format of the checks, okay, including the pay detail, amount, dates, and bank routing information. So you can just think of your check stock or the checkbook that you might have seen for your own account. So similar way that layout is decided. Okay, it can be customized. MICR, which is magnetic in character recognition, fonts and positioning can also be done and it will be ensuring the compatibility with the bank processing. Okay, multiple layouts can be set up. And Workday also includes the option to include the logos or fonts or variable positioning to meet your bank and organizational requirement. So now we have studied about the creation of the check layout, right? Mostly it would be done with the help of integration team or reporting team. From the functional standpoint, we would be more concerned about the printing of the checks. Okay. So you might remember when we were doing the settlement setup configuration for the bank account, you might remember I had placed two integrations corresponding to the payment type. For example, for direct deposit, there was one integration. For check, there was another integration, right? So those integration would be like for check, that integration would be triggered, and in at the end, through that integration, the check would be configured. So users can initiate check printing via payment release or manually for the specific payments. Most of the time, your check printing would be done via payment release event. Okay. So once your settlement is done, then payment release event will trigger, and after that only your check print will begin. So there would be batch jobs, okay, via which you can group the payments for the simultaneous printing. So maybe you can group the payments by uh, maybe by supplier invoice or maybe by company. Okay. So whatever way you are grouping the payments, you can do that, and the batch jobs will be triggered for each to have the simultaneous printing. The Workday will track the print job status and will notify us in case of successful or any errors in the printing tool. Okay. Workday printing workflows are tightly integrated with the settlement run. So that's what we were discussing. Like after settlement run, after payment, like after settlement run, payment release event will be triggered, and after that, printing workflow will start. So this is done in order to provide, like, prevent any duplication of the payments or the prints. Okay? After the printing has been done, the checks can be emailed internally or through an outsourced provider. So, coming to monitoring or troubleshooting of the checkpoints. So, as it's very natural that you have triggered a job, but unfortunately, it has gone into some error, right? Or your job is running, you also need to monitor that whether what is the status of the job. For example, if you triggered a job for 1,000 checks, okay, and you are monitoring, and while your job is running, you are seeing that 10 checks have gone into error or something, okay. So, what to do in those cases and how to do that? So, Workday, first of all, it provides the reports to monitor the print job queues and status update. So, there are reports in Workday. We will see that, which will help us in monitoring the jobs. Any error in the printing will be flagged. Okay, so the user can see that there are errors, and users can then first check, like do the troubleshooting that why it ran into error, and then reprint the checks. Okay, then there is integration with the outsourced check providers. In case, like if you have outsourced this service, there would be integration which will provide the secure transmission of your files for the print confirmation. Okay. After this, the business process will control, manage permissions to print the checks and handle the exceptions securely. So basically, your BPs. So we have seen different, like we can think of different BPs that are being involved over here, right? After your settlement payment, your check printing has begun. Okay, so your check printing is also going through a job. We have we have the reports where we can monitor those jobs. If case and there is any error, it will be flagged. So basically, it is all, this whole process is going step by step. The job will start, we will do the monitoring. If there is any error, that would be flagged. Then the user will check that what would be the error and will initiate the reprint of the check. And if there is any outsourced check provider there, then the files will be sent to that outsourced check provider service. Okay. So you see there are a couple of steps that are being involved. So in a way you can think of this as a business process, and Workday is controlling or like providing the control, manage the permissions to print the checks and handle the exceptions very securely. Okay. We will see on the tenant now the reports that we can use to see the checks. Okay. So you might have heard about the work area reports. Okay. For example, supplier work area or supplier invoice work area or allocation work area. So similarly, or settlement work area. Similarly, we have print checks work area report. Okay. So here you can see we have checks, advices, and printing runs. Okay, you can see how many are the checks that are awaiting to be printing, how many advices are awaiting to be printed, and how many are the checks that are already printed. Okay, now coming over to this report, checks awaiting printing. So we have a payment group over here, the payment date, organization, bank account, category of the payment. What are the total number of payments? You can see more than one as well. Okay. Checks remaining to be printed, that how many checks are remaining to be printed. For example, let's suppose here we are seeing the five, but let's suppose if it was five number of total payments was there, and the number can differ as well. Let's suppose one check was printed already, so we would have four checks to be printed. Okay, so checks remaining to be printed, and then here is the last check number that is used. So what was the last check number that was used? So that was 10003. So the next check that would be printed, we will see the next check number would be 10004. Okay. So if I just click on print check over here, I'll see the next check number is 04. Okay. So we can see here from which settlement run this check is created. Okay, what is the payment group? What is the organization, financial account, currency, and what is the total payment? The check number that has to be printed. Okay. If I click on print check and select OK, the check would be printed. Okay, let me just do that. So this is the manual print that I'm doing. And now you can see the process is running. So this process is nothing but a batch job. Okay. So I see this has been now completed, I think. So yeah, so this is completed. I can see the check as a PDF file over here as well. Okay. And in the payments, I can see who was the payee and what was the payment date, etc. If I click on payment, I would see in detail. Okay, what is the refund number? So this was basically a customer refund. Okay, the refund number is there, and I can go in detail as well for the payment, but that is not something of us to do for now for banking. Okay, we also see a positive pay file as well. Okay, so the count of the positive pay file, the total amount, process, step, what is the status of the step, okay, and who did this, that's all. Okay, and if I want to open this positive pay file, I can see from here that okay, this is the payment run, okay, payment printing run. I can click over here, or if I want to see the payment count, I can see this is the payee. Okay, so the similar information that we were seeing earlier as well. So this is the payment that was being linked to that positive pay file. Okay, so this is how we can see that how we can print the check. Okay, so right now what we did was a manual check printing because I specifically clicked on the print check button. Okay, I'll also show you one of the check printing that we didn't intend to do the manually. Okay, you remember here the last module where we used the BS Chase checking account and we made a supplier payment. Okay, I can see. So you see this check is already printed. Okay, this one was already done. If I see over here, I have this supplier payment check with me. Okay, I can check the payment. So this was the supplier payment that we used. Okay, in that settlement run, the supplier invoice that we used. So This was something that we didn't do manually, but instead it went through the settlement run BP and most probably with the payment processing, right? There was another business process that was being triggered, and we accepted that, like we completed that business process, and after that, this particular check was printed automatically. Okay, so this was what we were talking about. Okay, now we were talking about, there was one point where we were talking that we can outsource the check printing as well. Okay, or we can outsource the handling of the checks. So, for example, think of it as in your company, you have printed the checks internally within the company. Okay, the checks and all are printed, but at the end, these are physical documents, right? So these has to be maybe posted somewhere, okay, or delivered to the like concerned person to whom that check is issued. Okay, so how do we do that? Because if you think of, like, nowadays, I know we use very less checks, but yeah, let's suppose for pensions and all, right? Or some suppliers might be, issuing the checks only, or customers where you have to deliver the checks and all. So how do we do that? We can even outsource um, that particular service, or we can, even if we have to do it internally or via outsourcing, we can do it by having the payment handling codes. So basically, you have the checks, right? Let's suppose in a day you have 1,000 checks, and thousand of all the checks. You have the payroll checks in that, you have the supplier invoice checks or ad hoc payment checks, right? Or the customer invoices, refunds, all those checks are there. So how do you handle those 1,000 checks? It would be very difficult if your postman or if your delivery service is just randomly distributing those 1,000 checks, right? So what we can do is we create the payment handling codes, okay, and then we can group those checks by those payment handling codes. That some of the checks has to be delivered overnight, for example. Okay, the next day the check delivery should be there. Or some checks should be hand delivered, like delivered to the person. Okay, not just put into the post box of the person. They have to be delivered to the person. Okay, or some of the checks can be put on hold. In hold, as in the person can come in and pick up their checks. Okay, so how do we define those? These are defined in the payment handling instructions. Okay, so where can we see this? Payment handling instruction. Okay, we can view payment handling instruction, or we can, if we have to create new, we can do it via maintain. Okay, so we have four items in payment handling code. We have overnight, hold, messenger, and hand deliver. Okay, so you can see we have the codes and we have the descriptions as well. Now the second point is that we have created the payment handling codes, but where do we apply those? Where do we put these codes for us to identify? Okay, so those codes are put maybe in your supplier invoices, or while you are creating the ad hoc payment. Okay, so you can enter these codes when you are creating a supplier invoice or ad hoc payments. Okay, then these like they can be used to select the specific payments for processing when we are creating the settlement run. So you remember, like in the settlement run also, we can apply the filters. Yeah. And in settlement run, these are all the things. And if you see here, we have the filters also. System filter. Let's see what is in system filter. Nothing. Let me select one company. Okay. Now let me see. Nothing is there. Okay. No filter is there. No custom filter is there. No problem. So what I'm trying to say here is once you have created the payment handling codes, okay, and those codes are also entered as data points in your supplier invoice, for example. So when we are creating the settlement run, so in this, in auto select filter, we can create the custom filters or just filter out via those codes, payment handling codes. Okay. And based on that, your settle whatever the items that have to be settled for those particular codes that would be there. Okay. Another point I would like to show you here is how we can create the settlement run custom filter. Okay. So we use it via this name, this particular task, create settlement run custom filter. We give the name, the payment source. Let's suppose ad hoc payment. So you see here we have the handling code. Okay. What did I select? Let me do supplier invoice. It's over here only. Okay. So you see I selected supplier invoice and all the attributes for supplier invoice opened up. So I can put the handling code and deliver. Okay. I can define the handling code over here. And when I'm going to run the settlement run and put this custom filter in my settlement, then all the items that are with this criteria, okay, they will be filtered out and I can create a settlement for them at once. I hope this is clear. The next point that I would want to show you here would be how to sort the checks. Okay, how to edit the check sorting setup. So we will use the task edit check sort setup. Okay, basically what this task is doing is you can just let me just show it to you. 1 second. Yes. So we can, so right now we do not have anything here, right? But we can add the values over here. And what we can do with this task is we can sort the checks by payment handling instruction, which we just discussed, or based on location, company, cost center, etc. Okay. We can also split the checks and advice into separate batch files as well. So let me just create one. Let me see if I can. Let me do it with the payment handling. Okay. And I can also split the batch if I want to. All right. So first my sorting would be done on the payment handling instruction, or I would say let me do it on location wise. Then I'll do it on the payment handling location. After this, I'll add payment handling, or let me add company. Company. and then payment handling. Let me do one thing. Yeah. Okay. From the operations point of view. So what I'm doing right now is first, Workday will sort my checks based on location. Okay. Let's suppose location, there are three locations, New York, Philadelphia, and what else? Toronto. Okay. After that, this is, let's suppose, is sorted for New York location. After that, Workday will check for the payment handling instructions. Okay. After payment handling instructions, so let's suppose I have the payment handling instruction as hand delivered. Okay. Overnight. Two instructions are there. So from New York, it will be going to payment handling instructions, which would be overnight and hand delivered. Then overnight, it will check for the company. Whatever companies are having overnight payment handling instructions for those checks, it would be sorted in that way. Then it would be sorted for the hand deliver as well. Okay. So this is how the sorting will be done. And after that, your checks will be sent to the concerned parties accordingly. Okay. Let's just do this. All right. So this is what we can do with the check sorting setup.